minds are boggling. I couldn't tell, but something happened on the Tribeboard Trail. Giants and dragons are corrupting us all. If we don't get help, we will all go to hell. Did you hear the news out of Waybaco Cave? A big holder tried to make us their slaves. My players trying to control our brains. I just woke up and the village was raised. We need the Stronghold to protect us for the night. We need the Stronghold to help us with this fight. We need the Stronghold. We need the Stronghold to go searching through the game. We need the Stronghold. We need the Stronghold. It's been a week since we saw Dave. A mighty group of adventurers. They're heavy just hell, but they may be mad enough to get us through this spell. When they are together, they are the Stronghold. We are the Stronghold. We're here to show you the way. We are the Stronghold. We might just have to save the day. We're just a group of heroes, yeah. We're big and we're small. We may not be the best in town, but we answered the call. When we are together, we are the Stronghold.
Do my one take, Tim. I'll have to do that during the session. At some point, I'll mute myself. I just realized that. Sorry for everybody that doesn't care about that. Welcome back to Sunday. Hey, welcome, Chris. Thanks, Jay, for popping in. Had a great session on Thursday doing the Grey Hawkery where Sir Tim truly became level 7 with some grognards. Super blessed to be able to play that. We're still have our 988 charity running through the holidays. Once we hit January 1st, I think we're going to just stop it so that we can see how much we've raised as a community throughout the year. I think that'd be awesome. But I think we'll have to have a vote. We'll have to have some sort of conclave to decide which charity we're going after for the year. That should be fun. Maybe we'll do a drunken duck sometime this week. But other than that, we got a small crowd today. Maybe people will pop in, maybe they won't. It's like casualties of the long ruck march of the holiday season, so folks are just dropping out. And oh, Marquee Gaming, can we get them a shout out? Hey Mark, how's it going, guys? Hey, thanks for showing up. They also, if you follow them on Instagram or whatever and follow their Twitch, fantastic dungeon master, fantastic husband wife team.
As soon as it allows me to, I will do that.
And they play they're with me on Nuclear Meat next Saturday as well. Anyways, let's see what other announcements we've got. Thursday we're back in DM Jeremy's Greyhawk campaign in the Shackled City. That is like hard mode Dungeons and Dragons, where I didn't know it was hard mode, and then was surprised by it and asked James / Dungeon Mechanics, because I was venting to him about how hard that was. I was like, I was level 2. I'm missing an arm. What do I do? So that was fun. Let's see. And then Saturday we're back with Nuclear Meat with Jay Scott and Lord Gazuma channel. We're getting ready for GaryCon. I have to start thinking about the 2 sessions that I'm running there, but some of us will be there, so we'll at least have a table, run a fun one-shot. Should be a blast. Let's see. Do we have any updates, Skylar? You got anything?
Still trying to figure out. We didn't get to run Call of Cthulhu last month because our DM came down with laryngitis, but look for that to probably the next 2 sessions in January and February. As soon as we nail down a date, it might be Monday coming up, or it might be later on in the month, but I'll let you guys know.
We're also going to sing live our dungeon,
yes.
our Stronghold.
I need to make that. I need to make the karaoke version of that. Yeah.
And also, can you make sure you film it?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Definitely.
Yeah. let's see. Stacks, thank you so much for all the one shots and sharing some of your space with us over the past couple weeks. The amazing charity for No Kid Hungry. You got any updates? Anything coming up?
We're just gearing for next year, but I'm getting all the totals and everything. So look forward to a update of how much we raised and all of that coming hopefully in the week to come.
Well, thanks for joining us. Poison, you got anything fun coming up?
Nothing currently at the current moment other than some like to be announced projects, but nothing too crazy.
TBA. And the better half of DMing. All right. Shall we begin? Let's see. Since it's just the three of us, let's roll. We'll roll. We'll check the. Since you guys are running around in Adbar, there will be some interactions, and you might need some inspiration. Let's see. We'll go. Anybody get above 10? No. What'd you get?
What's that?
What'd you get?
I need to roll, do we? Is this a recap roll?
Yep, the recap roll.
I definitely got less than 10.
Okay. All right. Well, what'd you get?
4.
What'd you get? Poison.
I got a 9.
Ooh. What'd you get? What'd you get, Judgy?
I got 19.
Oh. Over to you.
He's like, shit.
So in our last episode, we started things off thinking we were going to get a long rest, but we didn't because there was more fighting that needed to be done. A couple of drows summoned some things that were very fiery and explodey. Unluckily, we kind of spread our party apart so we weren't all clumped together. Point took up the mantle with spirit guardians and the dodge technique. We love it. And also Vespera turned evil for like 2 seconds and tried to kill Gwyn.
Right.
I think successfully taking Gwyn down.
I've never had dominate work, which is great.
But eventually, with the help of Mirren and everyone, we were able to take down the threats and re-secure the stronghold there. Stronghold number 2. And after things calmed down, it allowed for a bit of respite. We eventually got a long rest. Then in a few days or so, there was a ceremony where I think a duke and duchess were deemed by Dark and what do you mean? That's not their titles?
The Duke and a Countess.
Countess. There we go.
Yeah. I think she preferred Countess over Duchess. So I was like, Countess it is.
Countess. Were given different areas over the new stronghold that was being made.
There's literally no place out there called the Stronghold unless there's that Star Fort in Phandalin, but yeah.
Okay. And then we found out from Vespera, who spoke with her patron, that we essentially need to siege the seas. Say that 5 times fast. And once that's accomplished, because our next threat has sailed across into the darkness, hopefully we'll be able to continue our party of divine misfits. Thank you.
Make sure we attack.
Joining my TED Talk.
Make sure we attack. We attack the darkness.
Yes. Just
that's it. That's it in a nutshell. Yeah. That's inspirational. Good job, buddy. So
he only missed one thing.
What's up?
He missed one. He missed one minor thing.
Quit became King Quit. That's the only thing that matters in that whole episode.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So will the curtains will flutter or open, and you guys will be just kind of walking out. There are deep horns bellowing out across the valley as King Quint is coronated into the line of Akbar. You guys, thinking the Star Wars march, after Chewie getting the medal, everybody kind of, inward faces, and there's various, petals being thrown from the rafters at all of you as you're in, some pretty cool vestments leaving. It looks like Dark was declared the Duke of the Artist, formerly known as Iron Slag. It's just, and they very conjecturally describe the place, and the adamantine forge from the Githzeri and the Delzun dwarves of the past, where they work together using the stars to ignite an adamantine forge, which could make some pretty awesome stuff in the future. There's a port, a small, a keep, and a dock, like a little citadel area at the Dark Sea. I think, just for everybody knows there's a dark lake in the Forgotten Realms, but since this is our map, we're going to call it the Dark Sea, and we're going to make this thing pretty expansive. Not to take you guys too far off from your arc, but for the future, there's an ocean under the deck. So you guys are leaving. I believe Vindicators were named for both Mirren and Gwen. Achieved the 4th of 5 highest levels of the Order of the Gauntlet, which makes you guys like field marshals for the Order of the Gauntlet. Like if there's a battle that happens and you guys are there, you're automatically that field commander for the, for the Order of the Gauntlet and subsequent paladins of Elturel and things like that. But and I think I rounded everybody out there. So you guys leave. You walk outside, and there's the big steps in front of a large open area that's inside Akbar. You see this humongous furnace, which is the epicenter of Akbar. This huge furnace. Now imagine it's got like rows and rows and rows and rows of kilns inside of it. It's just this huge, multi-purpose, where like several, like hundreds of different smiths can go work in it, right? And in and around it. Like it's got all sorts of like little workstations around it. And it bellows out. There's this huge plume of smoke to Akbar on the outside that can be seen for a while. The 2 towers outside as well. But then you guys are basically moved to like the royal area. Like there's an inner like citadel built against the stone. You go in there and they basically take you to like a war room for all intents and purposes, where the Council of 12 are standing by. You kind of all get moved in. This would probably be just for Point, but since you guys are all part of his entourage, you're kind of all moved in and greeted by some very like some of the folks are a little bit pensive, some are excited about the change, but you're kind of gathering that the previous king of this place was discovered to be a doppelganger for a really long time, and the Council of 12 was behind it. To be honest, Akbar's not doing too badly under that dude's rule, so they kind of just stuck it out. Well, he was a very good actor, but so before you, you're greeted by Tharlik Ironmantle. He's like the number 1 advisor. He's called the Wise Elder and the Chief Strategist of Akbar.
What was that name again? Sorry.
Tharlik Ironmantle. But they're sitting there, and now I'm imagining like there's a really long kind of table. There's various maps laid out. Because you are there, along the table are different types of jewels in front of a dwarf. There are, numbers in front of another one. There's various models of infrastructure in front of one, and you're getting the sense that they all have kind of specific roles. Some have books with ledgers and, various lists to kind of give you a report or a bottom up State of the Union to you if needed.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to just address the Council of 12 and appoint Starlake Ironmantle as regent whilst I am away from Akbar doing this this quest that we have to do.
Okay.
Based on how well he's managed this place on his own before to this, it'll be more of a, you've done a fantastic job. There's no need to hide behind deceit. You are able to do this yourself. I basically appoint him as regent of Akbar whilst we are on crusade to stop the Vodindod.
Oh. So like, you mentioned the term crusade, and like they kind of get behind, this term. There's a couple of them. There's trying to think of the a female dwarf. She's got like lighter gray vestments. Gralda Anvilheart, gets, stands up in a lot of like pomp and circumstance, and one of those moments from like Kingdom of Heaven, like God wills it, like there's like God wills it, and just like the Crusades of the Underdark, and goes on about like bringing Delzoun back to Gauntlgrim, and joining Brunor Battlehammer, and King Bruno.
So I'll also be saying about time is gone for the dwarves to be splintered and hiding in individual holes. We need to form the actual dwarven kingdom across the whole of Faerun, and to do this, Brunner must survive, and Gauntlgrim must be taken under control of us again. So lots of those sort of imagery, lots of that sort of stuff, because I understand that Akbar is very much, they've just been weathering the storm for a while now, and it's like, well, now is the time that we can use our sort of expertise and our will to survive to sort of to do this. If we don't, looking at the size of the Vodindod, it's not going to be long until it comes after every single dwarven hold in Faerun. We must strike now, or hiding's not going to help. So very much trying to get sort of get their dwarven spirit fired up a bit more, and because obviously I know that I don't want to go completely out of the whatever you're doing, it's all completely wrong. We are now going to fight this crusade. Yeah. I need to build on what they've currently done, and now we need to go forwards. I will also say that I've not been trained in leadership. I have forged myself in battle, and my divine misfits around me. We have done good. We have made mistakes. People make mistakes. Without doing the mistakes, you don't know what's right. So now we, as a dwarven race, need to stand side by side with all the dwarves.
Are like with respect, we were in a moment of rebuilding since the War of the Silver Marshes, the collapse of Sundabar, and our lack of trade. If we can get Sundabar back on its feet, we can expand. He kind of lets you know that they've been in defensive mode. He points you over to Kardrak Steelshard, who is their military commander, and it's just like, he can give you kind of the lay of the land of what resources you have in terms of that. Like, he lets you know that there's probably you get the sense that there's about 20,000 total dwarves that live there. About 8,000 worthy men and women at arms. Amongst that, and that's like scariest possible environment. We have to defend the city, but you have roughly 4,000 like regular soldiers. The Mithril Shield Knights are all but depleted. He lets you know that Faz Gundren is being laid to rest in Mithril Hall by the remaining, it used to be called the Felbar Brigade, and they have just now returned to Mithril Hall, but there's like a sparse like 600 left, but they have just now like got back. And he's just saying like, but everything else is in Gauntlgrim. Like those dudes will probably gain a little bit of respite and they'll head to Gauntlgrim as well. They let you know that the fire giants are now being ruled by a female fire giant named Gundahilda, but receding. The times of the fire giants are like, that's over. The time of the stone giants, they have been pushed back. The cloud giants are kind of knocked off their heels for a little bit. There are some chaotic evil, but it is now time for the counteroffensive for whatever is happening. They let you know that they're getting word from Waterdeep that negotiations with the storm giants have occurred, that a strike force is on the way to rescue Hecaton. A strike force is being made to kick back the oceans and fight back a kraken. Like it seems that our part is this Vonandad's the last, and it's not necessarily the Vonandad. If the Magra, if the fire primordial is in this thing, that's a problem. And they can go back to there's a renowned geologist there named Brindal Deep Delve that describes Mount Hotnow and what the Dawn Titan has done before. Another person kind of slams their fist. Like let's see, was the Brindal Deep Delve continues on about how who's their forge master. Durgan Stoneforge mentions that the forge that was in Gauntlgrim was the only place the Dawn Titan could withstand itself, and it has been moved and is being controlled by an iron flask. That's all that they know through their,
when he says that, we sort of go into our little backpack and go, "You mean this iron flask?"
Do you have one? Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
another one.
I thought we found one already.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Well, yeah. There is one.
So is that the one? Sorry, the iron flask is the one that the Drow are using.
Yep. It's around Tiago Banry's neck, basically. So he's the one that he can like give directions to the Vonandad. They're getting messages back that we didn't know that the undersea was located underneath the artist formerly known as Iron Slag. So we do need to send dwarves there to get that place under control and protected, because that's like if you fail, that gate's wide open. Like
I'll say that. So obviously I'll point over to Duke Dark of Iron Slag and say, one of the as a token of esteem, when we take down the Vonandad, it should be melted down and create and should protect Iron Slag for the foreseeable future. We'll make the greatest gates known to dwarven kind to hold back the Underdark at Iron Slag. Let's put this once fearsome and imposing weapon of war to become Iron Slag's greatest defense.
I like that, my liege.
it's also probably the only place that we can forge that is in Iron Slag. Anyway, it's like there's. How far do we know how? I talk to the council and say, do we know how long it's going to take the Vonindod to get from where?
They don't know how it moved across the lake, but clearly there was something built there to move it across the lake. So speed, is important, and they don't know how to navigate it. Right, like they're dwarves, right? They're just like, oh shit, there's a huge lake here, and we're gonna have to shore these defenses up at the beginning. They did mention, and this was for kind of Coco's arc, that they did, since she wanted to repopulate Water Ganassi, that there is a family, like there's like 5 or 6 that can go and start like doing their water elemental stuff to gain an assessment of it and start to repopulate that area with her folks.
Well, yeah, I said this. We need to march forward. The knowledge that you must hold within these walls is one of the last standing dwarven kingdoms must be immense. What knowledge do you have of the Vonindod? What do you have any information at all that can help us in our upcoming battle?
Okay, so Halder Rune Carver, straight white hair, straight white beard, no armor, just like a tunic, and basic cloth belt around his waist, with a symbol of Moradin kind of around his neck. Halder Rune Carver is the expert in ancient runes and magic. The Vonindod itself, and he's got various reports from other dwarves on what was being built in that forge. The Vonindod itself was used during the Draco Rages. So I'm sorry I'm not using voices right now, but I just want to make sure that I can be clear about kind of the lore and stuff like that. But Halder states basically that during the Draco Rages, this Colossus was built to fight off dragons, which had the ability to defeat ancient dragons, which is why there's not so many around. But it is an extraordinarily powerful, bludgeoning creature. It's got, it can wield great swords and things like that. The issue they have now is it didn't encapsulate a fire primordial, and somehow through the chaotic, he's just like, demons are involved in this. Clearly Lolth is involved in the construction of some of the adamantine binding the Dawn Titan. So you can expect like powerful fire, lava and atmospheric things happening. Imagine it like has a lair action wherever it's at. Right, like where it moves and it's immediate. The longer it's in one spot, the more hostile that place, you know what I mean, like can become.
Well, seeing as we understand it's going to be of heat and of forge and of fire. Forge cleric myself, I have some resistance to fire. Not sure about the rest of my party members. Is there any? I'll talk to the rune carver and say, are there any rites or are there any rituals we can do that we're able to bestow a sort of fire resistance or fire immunity onto creatures for a period of time? I'm not expecting it, and there's going to be some Hail Marys on this sort of thing. We're going to be going, but is there anything that we can do that can take away its biggest risk to us, which is to basically melt our faces off?
Yeah, I mean, potions of fire resistance and things like that are things that are available. They're highly coveted for dwarves that are, like using forges and stuff like that. They can afford you all one, or one person 5, potions of fire resistance. if you give him at least a day, he can create a tablet that you can recite a ritual that if the Dawn Titan is brought to a certain amount of weakness, can return it to a flask. But it will take a little bit of time to develop that runic tablet.
To be honest, I'll look around Tark and this Dawn Titan. I have no idea of what we'll be able to do to, even if we manage to track down the flask that I know Mirren's arch nemesis has got. Getting it back in there on its own is going to be no small feat. So the tablet can help, the potions can help. We're not looking to deplete your resources. We understand that you'll be coming and joining in anyway. So why? Just is there any ideas that we've got that we can help? Especially as the whole Volendot is made of adamantine. That's going to be at least a bit of an issue getting through. It's not going to be something that you can just walk up to and just attack with any item.
Yeah. Just mentions that it's very difficult to do hits that are critical on, you know what I mean, such a creature. But yeah, it's
but such a creature must have weaknesses. If it's that big and that I suppose it's not. We can't. We don't even know where we're going to be fighting this to be able to. We can always make the ground weak around it and see what happens. But going on the sides of the footprints, the amount of ground we'd have to make weak around it would be. It'd take days to sort out. It wouldn't be something we'll be able to do in the throes of combat.
They kind of look to you for your wisdom as well, and making it as far as you have. Like, you guys all level 10, right? So you're looking at people at the highest would be like a level 6. You know, in terms of like maybe Kardrak Steelshard, their general is just like, your guess is as good as ours. The last time the Volendot was brought low was by an ancient red dragon.
You see, I'll turn to him and say, see, I would have thought it would be more likely an ancient white dragon would have caused this more trouble, being that it's made of heat. I would have thought that it's probably immune to fire and all those things from an ancient red.
Speaking of that, Felbury Oathbinder mentions, there is a problem. Speaking of white dragons, one of the drow is riding atop a great white dragon. So you must be weary. There will be other defenses as you become stronger and strong enough to fight this Volendot.
Wow.
There is a dragon under their control.
That opens up another form of maybe we need to talk to the great heroes that have just recently returned from Tiamat and see if there's any way of subduing or controlling a white dragon for a period of time, just to sort of throw the drow off this game, but also a white dragon going against the Volendot for a period of time would at least distract it for a while and cause it it's more likely to cause it problem than anything that we have that's fire based. So if there is anything is there anything in our script? Do we have anything that's? I know we've just the whole Furun's just battled the dragons, but one of the things that obviously with the Queen of the Dragons gone now, are the dragons more susceptible to being controlled?
Halder, the rune carver and the expert in ancient runes and magic, nods, and they are the chromatic dragons are not working in concert, if that's what you mean. They're now either collecting what horde they have left, or but there's nothing there that can subdue them. The Drakhorn has been removed and brought to the center of Waterdeep, but to play that would be perilous.
Oh, I would doubt that we'd be allowed to. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any. I know during the Rise of Tiamat, all dragons were, especially all the chromatic dragons, were all in unison, all in control, able to do what they did. But now that they're fragmented, is there any? I don't know. Is there any spellcasters around that are able to dominate or something like that? A white dragon or anything like that. It's not spells I have myself.
Yeah, we can certainly look for it for someone, Your Majesty, but
I know. I'm just trying to grasping at straws here. Grasping at straws.
great. You are now the heroes of this age. The ones that departed from Tiamat are licking their wounds or resting, taking much needed respite, ruling Waterdeep and Candlekeep and what's left of the city of Phandalin.
I turn to the Council of 12 and say, obviously, with this quest and crusade that is before us, Akbar needs to be looked after. Obviously, you'll be doing a fine job of this. Starlight Iron Mantle. Is there I don't even care if it's magical, it doesn't matter at all. Do we have a recognized shield that is for Akbar that was be recognized as anywhere as like this will be if the king is in battle, that is what he would have?
Yeah.
I don't want it doesn't matter. I can make it magical, you see, so that's not a problem for me. I just want it to be.
if you want to just for Pete design that, you can, but they'll be like, I mean, this is our symbol. But then of course, because you're a new king, first of all, here's options. When you're a king, you can change your name, right? So you could go into the lore, and I think their name started with a T. But anyways, you can change your name to be something the first or whatever, right? And you can design, the crest, right? You know how it's like GR3 or ER3 or whatever. You can do something like that. And this is kind of a slow holiday special too. So this is time for both dark, same thing. The Duchy of the artist formerly known as Ironslag, that is your place. These 12 people in front of you, these are like the lords of the land, you being a duke, right? So like you live in Wales. So the Ironslag is like, you know what I mean? Like is like Wales in terms of what resources they just had. And for you, Gwen, kind of the same thing in terms of what's going on for you. You get a tug on your sleeve, and what was his name? Phil. Order the Gauntlet. His name escapes me. Shoot, it just Frume.
Frume, I guess.
Yeah. So Uthar Frume, I think his name is. Anyways, he's a knight and he's from Eltera. Mentions to you that there is also a leadership vacuum in the ruined city of Sundabar. They are growing, and it only dawned on him, he says, like laughingly, that you would make a good ruler for Sundabar when you do return. The relationship that all of you guys have together would make for a very powerful place. Sundabar sits in the west where the sun sets, and having a cleric, ruling that place will bring a lot of like goodliness to this area. and joining the Lord's Alliance. So, take that for what it is. He's like, we'll try to negotiate with Sundabar, and he mentions to Plant if resources can be passed to them, it might be a good offering if you guys want to kind of build this, atmosphere for when the Vonendad falls and you guys get. So usually after level 12, everybody gets a year off. You know what I mean? Like you take a year off and do the things you do before the next kind of thing kind of kicks off. So this is, you also get a sense for you guys that an act is closing and an act is opening. So like this is a good opportunity for all of y'all to set the beginning of your retirement plan or whatever, as you've gained significant renown as well. But they're going to go try to negotiate that on your behalf. There is a dwarf by the name of Felbury Oathbinder, as a diplomat and arbiter of disputes, that will go with Frume to try to shore up the relationship and bring Sundabar back to the Lord's Alliance.
Also, I'll talk to the dwarves and say, obviously, we are looking at going on the crusade as soon as probably the next day or so. Do you have any? We have used the sending stones to communicate with one of our other parties halfway across the globe.
Yep.
Do you have a pair here that I can use?
Yes.
So you can contact me, I contact you, just in case there's anything you need or I need that we're able to.
They can give you 2 sets. So Kardrak Steel Shard, the general of your army, can take one. And Tharlik, which is very hard to say, Tharlik Iron Mantle or Regent Iron Mantle, could take the other. Or you can use it any way you want.
Well, I'll say I'll have the one that just goes to Regent. Regent can have the ones for controlling anything, for contacting people. It's easier to have our resources central rather than spread out, just in case. But it's so if I have the sending stone for that, I'd say, look, it's just if I've learned anything in the past few months, these sort of things end up not going the way you expect them to go. There's going to be some decisions that need to be made, and I'll clasp Iron Mantle and say, just follow your heart. You've done this well for Akbar so far. Look at what you've achieved. Without you, these dwarfs would not be here.
So before he leaves, like as a good, he didn't become like the, this advisor. Say hi to Chad in chat. Hi, Chad. So what's the guidance? Do you want to march on?
We need to. We need to. To march on going to Grim. Obviously, a number of dwarves are going to have to go to Iron Slag to secure that area, because obviously we can't go in. And march on going to Grim to help out Brunner. And obviously, hopefully, when we get there, it'll be the similar sort of side. We're telling him we are going to be going down the Underdark and across the Dark Sea.
Yep. So if you had 6,000 dwarves, how would you want to displace them? Think
how many
Iron Slag security. Think the potential of Sundabar security on the outside above you, and the crusade on Gauntlgrim, and the defense of Adbar. I know that's 4 things, but like,
how much the defense of Akbar? How much does it truly need to defend it with the security gates? I'll talk to where's his name? Names of all these people.
Like we could shore up the militia. In the meantime, we don't see any issues with the fire giants if you don't stay too long.
I would say keep a shock troop of say 500 fighting dwarves here, ready to go. Obviously with the militia, as you said. You're going to have to send some non-fighting dwarves as well to Iron Slag to help shore up the area around there. There's just this great big hole.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Yep.
so at least that, and that'll be our fallback position anyway. So I would say you're probably going to need 1,500 dwarfs stationed at Iron Slag as a fallback position, because if they get through that, this whole part of the realms is going to be mushed, and
Okay.
that leaves what? So that's 2,500. So that's 3,500 left.
Yep.
And I would say 3,500 to march.
Okay. They'll march overland.
Yeah.
To, I believe it's Mithril Hall has the connect.
Yeah.
So they'll march over the overland, and they'll leave within the next 48 hours. They say. Frume offers to you, Gwen, throughout this, if you want, through the Order of the Gauntlet, he can give you 120 man-at-arms if you want to send them to Sundabar or wherever you want.
Oh yeah, Sundabar. I forgot about Sundabar. I completely forgot about that. Put 500 dwarfs to Sundabar as well.
Okay. So 3,000 heading
3,000,
toward.
yeah.
Okay.
Just for context, am I also in the room with Puent? Or
Yeah, you guys are all in there. Dark, you're in there as well. As
I was kind of guessing as like, am I like
investing.
way on the other side of the room? Am I like next to Puent? And I was just like, where am I?
Yeah, the three of you guys are there. Mirren and Vespera. Vespera, she caught a little bit of the Faerun flu, and Mirren caught it too. So they're like, we're gonna go back to the cog. We'll see you guys there.
Yeah,
Iron Slag gave us the black lung, and they went back.
6 feet, big time 6
Yeah,
feet.
yeah.
You stay way over there. I turn to Puent, and after hearing what Frume has just relayed to me, I ask him, my liege, Puent. I know it's kind of exciting to call you, your grace and so on. Now, given your position,
Just,
so I know.
my name's Puent. It'll always be Puent for you.
Okay.
Don't matter.
Well, Puent, you heard about the soldiers that they could, spare and so on. My question is, what do you think would be the best decision? Do we have them go back to Sundabar, or do we have them come with us and march?
To be honest, they'll do better at Sundabar if we are having Sundabar as our. So it's quite. I'm not very good with words, so I'll just be honest here. The fact is that if you are going to rule Sundabar as our above ground dwarven city, the fact that you're a sun cleric is kind of like mixes. This is like above ground sun god. This is like it's literally like it's amazing. But Sundabar has been decimated in the past few months, few years with the army, with the fights of this type of area. So having a strong dwarf presence, and obviously the Order of the Gauntlet working in cohorts there, and actually showing that they're actually working together, will do Sundabar a world of good, and it'll then mean that you've got something to return to when we finally are victorious against this Volundot.
Very true. I agree. I tell Frume to send the spare arms to Sundabar and to just make sure that position is protected and secured and so on for when we return. Hopefully there won't be any other issues like there was in the past. But I do appreciate the offer for having them come with us, but they would serve better in Sundabar.
So like he says, you march them up there, negotiate with Sundabar, add these 500 dwarves and 120 men at arms, and that should it'll secure the road which goes east to west to Sundabar from but beyond that's the Hawk Nest. So like basically a hell of a lot more secure than they were, and those soldiers and dwarves that are going can also help like rebuild some of the infrastructure. So dark, it looks like, with the 1,500 dwarves that are going up there that are just going to protect it, there's roughly like 2,000 other dwarves that are going up that are just going to like repopulate. So, the next 2 or 3 days, they're going to start their journey up there. And you're getting reports that they move fast and they work really, really fast as well. There's some various improvements have already been made. The fire giant incursions, you have a moment of respite, right? So they're gonna probably, if you have a chance to spread out, march your armies, do these things real quick before, you know what I mean, they start like ambushing and creating problems. So Kardak Steel Shard, the general's like, hey, he's gonna, he bury his horns and papers. He's like, he salutes smartly, and he's just like, all right, we're gonna leave tomorrow. Gralda will give off some like dose volt speech to, you know what I mean, like all of the dudes. And what is it like on Dune where they, yeah, what are those guys called? The Shatterkai? They're gonna do the Shatterkai stuff and then and then move out with the shield. So they're all gonna do the same thing. You know what I mean? Whatever you're designing, they'll all have the like shields and bucklers with whatever symbol that is like painted on. Like in the meantime, and then they'll slowly craft it when they go with their banners and things like that. And
what I'll do is I will actually make. Hey, because it's look, you got to make a bit of an effort. I'm going to make the shield and actually going to use my sort of get the right terminology, get the actual using my get the right name for it. Blessing of the Forge. That's it. Use the Blessing of the Forge. I'm going to create the shield out of obviously metal and actually get it fully sort of embossed and everything. I'll come up with whatever it's going to look like. It does that, and I'm going to get it to sort of be. It's going to be because obviously for the king, everyone's got to see it and all that sort of stuff. It's going to be literally like sort of not gold plated, but it's going to be like that gold color. It's going to be bright. It's going to be as bright as possible. Yeah. And it's just a standard. I'm going to make it magical with my blessing, with my it's a +1 shield because I always use a +1 shield, but it's my Soul of the Forge. Basically, I'll be using that to turn that into a Soul of the Forge. But it's obviously, whilst they were drawing it out, I go, how about this as an example? And I was basically emboss this shield in front of them and go, this is now the symbol of Akbar.
Nice. There is plate mail there in this place, so like you do have an armory at your disposal. So like, darn, if you didn't already have plate, Gwen, you know what I mean? Like there is basically a really wide. It's all dwarven. You know what I mean? But like they could refit things in the next couple days, doing maximum effort trying to hook you guys up. But yeah,
as they offer that, I kind of sit back and I go, no, I think the Mariner's armor is pretty good. I hear I'm not so good with water, so and I kind of gotten grown and accustomed to it, so I'm good. But thank you though.
What they can do is add filigree to it. So like points for yours, you already have dwarven plate from what I'm tracking. Yep. There is like golden dwarven plate that is part of the royal family if you wanted that.
I'll keep that as the golden wooden plate in the thing.
Yep.
But what I'll do is just sort of wave handy type thing. I will just basically adapt that to make my dwarven plate look like it, if you know what I mean. But just sort of like with my clerical things.
You'll be very able to like be visible on the battlefield is what you know what I mean? Like that's what you're. Yeah, okay. I got you. All right, so whatever that is, we'll decide. Go ahead, Gwen.
I was going to ask. One thing is one thing that I will do is if in the future I am to, rule Sondabar above and so on. In the meantime, do they have a talisman or whatever that shows the sigil of Sondabar that I can wear to display over the mariner's armor?
Yeah, like it's the same, same thing. You can go into fandom for Sundabar, and their heraldry is there, and you know what I mean. Like you can wear that. I
Yeah,
believe
I'll just wear
I believe
that
it's a
that way.
cresting sun, from what I remember.
I'll wear something like that so that way people, can identify who I am aside from being a cleric, So everyone will obviously know who I am because of our reputation and so on, but then the future of Sundabar also hangs in the balance as well as the rest of the dwarven people here. So I figured that would be kind of, I guess symbolic, I suppose.
Yep. So as like a priest, they're kind of just like they want to go set up at least like a like a church to Palor there. They're gonna ask that, you know what I mean, and kind of run things that way. Dark, what anything, you know what I mean, from the armory? Obviously you all got your potions of fire resistance, and then someone else can add the 2 extra for Mirren and Vespera.
Gwen, do you want to keep hold of them? You're good. You're good with potions.
So do you want me to hold on to 3 potions
Yeah.
of fire resist? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Dark will go up to point with like a bunch of scrolls and papers and things. I've come across a bunch of different, I believe these are called infusions. And he'll kind of like lay them out. I can't decipher all of these right just yet, maybe over time and proficiency in my craft. But you spoke about resistances to fire. I believe here you can make different elemental orbs that can reduce certain types of elements. It's reactionary based, but it can chip off a little bit of damage.
Anything that'd be useful because this is gonna look. We're going against a fire primordial. It's gonna get hot. There's no doubt about it. This is going to be. If there's anything, how long does it take to do these infusions?
A few hours, but I can only do 2 of them, and I believe they require attunement. So
how does it work anyway? How do they work? Is it something like you just take off like a number of hit points, or is it like a resistance thing?
meta-wise, you take a reaction and subtract D4 of that type's damage.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't use your reaction too much, it might be more beneficial. But yeah, if I make these, it could help. I guess every little bit
The
counts.
other thing we might be worth looking for. Have we got anything that is able to sort of like a decanter of endless water or something like that? Because that could help put out some of this fire elemental a little bit, or at least piss it off a bit.
I mean, it's definitely worth a look. I'll see what.
Doesn't Mirren have one? Or was that? Doesn't Mirren already have one? Where he could make his bridges of water? I think he has one because he used it against the stone giants.
No, that was dust of that was.
Oh,
dust.
and he used it all up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this Dark? Just checking out characters. Is this because you're an artificer?
Yeah, it's all his artificer scrolls that he's come across that he's able to translate.
Also, Puent, I wanted to let you know that we do have a spare potion of a frost giant strength as well, should you want it. We had one that we ended up getting that we never used, and the other one that I gave to Mirren, he used when we were down below.
Interesting. Definitely.
I'm just throwing out.
Oh, yeah,
like,
no, it's definitely useful. No, definitely useful. Definitely useful.
I think the closest would be alchemy jug at this level.
Okay. That probably won't do enough. I'm trying to think of something that we could just sort of like hose down the Megrim with, just to see if it would actually cause it to sort of at least splutter a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I talked to our generals and stuff. Have we got any of these in our magical vault of usefulness?
Well, what I would say is at the point you've already gotten when you
know.
came in on the rock. So what I would say is at this point, everything that runs Adbar keeps everything at the zero sum game. Right. So like taking things out of the economy or depleting it would cause any issues. It would cause issues with it. So
a decanter of endless water is like an uncommon item. I'm
yeah,
just wondering if we can we buy one on the way to somewhere?
exactly. Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah. I've never actually used one for a proper reason, but I was just thinking that may help. It. What we really need is, can we borrow Blandina from the other party for a while? Because her ice magic may be really useful.
So there's nothing stopping that from happening. They would just need another body going their way. But if their arc wraps up, you never know. She could join up.
I do want to point out that I still have in possession that can come in useful for our future endeavor. The Shard of the East Rune.
What's that doing? Which one's that do?
It is this shard. Yeah, sorry. This shard of ice is long and slender, roughly the size of a dagger. The ice rune glows within. The shard has the following properties, which only work while on your person. So it's like frigid touch, frost friend, ice mantle, and remember, it can, if it's turned into an item, say like a pair of boots or something of that nature, and so on. It gives various,
Okay.
like benefits and so on. So boots or a cloak, things of that nature, which can be pretty helpful. So for example, like, and I'll give you one, Frost Friend, it says you have resistance to fire damage.
Yeah, the thing is, it said, I'm thinking more of you guys because I am resistant to fire anyway. I'm trying to be, it's like what you guys can have to make you resistant, because it just will help out an awful lot with the heat weather, the hot sort of damage we're going to get. My Quent is naturally just resistant anyway, because he's clever like that.
Yeah, kind of makes sense.
He works in a forge. That's what his job is. So he doesn't mind getting hot.
I just picture him with like one of those like neck fans on a string and so on that's constantly blowing him. It's like, yeah, this is my fire resistance. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, basically something like that. Yeah. So he's. Is there anything else we can think of that? Obviously, we don't want to take the. I think we probably just need to rest. We've got to wait a day anyway because we need this tablet to be able to push the primordial back into the iron flask. So we need to do that for a day anyway. Is there anything else we can do in the meantime here that can help out? Obviously, during the time, Tim, I'm going to be making sure that I'm seen, making sure that people are aware that there is now a new ruler, and I'm going to be making sure that there are 100% that know that the regent is my voice whilst I am away.
Okay. So they get back to you about the decanter of endless water or whatever the hell it's called. I think. So there is a dwarf who can get a hold of it, but it's going to require a little bit of sneakiness for 500 gold pieces. They can get a hold of it, but it belongs to a rather notorious family called the Margasters. They do have
those guys. I hate those guys.
They get, but he's like, I'm 100% positive that we can get our hands on this.
I'll say we've had run-ins with the Margasters already. But
Yeah.
if whatever we
They're
can do to
becoming influential in your future potential town, Gwen. The Margasters are trying to gain their influence there, saying that their goods all but begotten, mainly from the Zentarum. So it'll be wise to bring some goodness into that area. So, but for 500 gold pieces, he says he could get it to you by the morning.
I'll
He's
give
like,
you
we
5
run
gold.
a new establishment here called the White Wheel.
I've heard of them. Here's 500 gold. In fact,
Yep.
if they want to take our earnings that we've earned from them for the past couple of months from that.
Yeah. If you want, he would give you 100 gold pieces because you would as a party received 500 gold. So even Steven. Yeah. He'd be like, actually, I could talk to Connor. He identifies as the White Bolt, is what this guy, he doesn't give you a name. He just gives you a QR code that's tattooed on his wrist.
Such a bunch of emos. Such a bunch of them. God. Whoever created that thing was definitely special.
A really handsome guy, so I've heard. Great beard.
Yeah. So if there's a white, is there any from the White Wheel? Obviously, if you're getting hold of this, is there? Because we've got quite a lot of gold, haven't we? We're like loaded, aren't we? Aren't we like literally loaded?
You guys have to check.
Yeah.
We'll have to check. And the more money, and he lets you know. And he's a dwarf, and he's wearing these they're white robes, but they're gray. You know what I mean? Like it's become, the cloth has become gray. And you can see he's got white tattoo on his arm.
We've literally got. I can start adding this up because we've got. I'll just convert the this is basically like.
And it's all useless to you because where you're going doesn't take, common money. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's just paperweights.
What does the White Wheel have any items at the moment that may be of beneficial to us going underground?
You're smarter than me. You'll have to tell me though.
Okay, I'll start reading off what I want. Right. Okay.
There's Adbar's like. Think of Adbar as a very stingy city for a long time, right? Like you just now cracked the nut on their resources to maybe help Sundabar and go back into the global free market economy. Huzzah! Yay capitalism! I lost followers for that one, but hey, huge fan.
Okay, I'm just going to go through the items that I've got, and I'll put them in a little sheet a minute.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, no worries. All of you guys.
I can say
yep. As he's doing that math, a dwarf tugs your shoulder, Gwen, and just like your griffin is here, and as requested, we've taken care of her. And brings you down to the stables, and you can see where like the mithril saddle and things like that added, like it's like armored up. I mean, but it's it's mithril, so it's light enough so it can still fly.
I go over and I give it a big hug. I pet its beak and all that stuff and so on. It's just like, oh, you've gotten bigger since last I saw you, huh? You ate that whole what is that thing called again? The chimera from last time I see.
It points down to its chest and then spreads its chest out like very proudly. It's got like a symbol of Palor, and it just kind of stands there and like nudges you.
I spend time with it. I give it some food and all that stuff, and I stroke its I guess its neck or its whatever its mane. I don't know if it would be a mane, but and I just hang out with it and spend time with it and all that stuff. So I haven't seen it in a while and all that.
Yep,
But
it's
I,
totally. And I mean, at this phase of this, since you've had it for a while, like there's some scars because it's got hit a couple times, but it's really
and
proud of it.
burned.
Yep, yep.
I look at some of the feathers. I'm like, ooh, yeah, gonna have to take care of that. That was it.
I'm a little bit. We are absolutely effing loaded. Is all I say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you guys are super loaded. Since you are in your council and the crusade is moving to take back Gauntlgrim, the Mordrin religious fervor is just really kicking off with these guys, and you can tell that they've been itching to get in the fight, and they've been denied that for a long time. So they are like really pleased with Puent, and the whole crew. Basically, there's just about any store you can imagine as well. There's jewelers, there's armor stores for weapons and magic. The White Wheel is obviously available to you at a discounted price. That'll have basically everything. And basically what the White Wheel can't get a hold of, it can get a hold of by, with, and through the other stores in Akbar.
All right, I've just done this up, and obviously one of the items we've got is obviously we kept one of the gold gems that we've got. I'm just making sure I've done my maths right on this because it doesn't seem right.
It's a lot.
It's like 41,000 gold.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's like 40. I was just like, that's not, because we kept one of the big gems in case we need to resurrect someone because we may go, but we may die.
Yep. So you're thinking about, these are like potential of finding a very rare item. You know what I mean? To purchase. Now, remember, the White Wheel has the resources through. So basically, because Tiamat fell, right? And the horde that Tiamat had, and Connor being there when this happened, redistributing things, like there is a chance of getting one very rare item because of that. Or multiple rares.
I'll just see what this is. Oh, that's an artifact. I'm not having that. I was just taking the orb of dragonkind. Control the dragon. Do as
Yeah.
you're told.
If they had that, they would have definitely used that for Tiamat. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Happens to be missing.
That's fine. I didn't expect them to have that. I didn't know it was an artifact. I thought it was an actual normal.
I actually like this shopping episode. It's my favorite. Sorry for anybody that was waiting for intense Stronghold combat.
Okay, just to say, we have got currently 41,000 gold pieces as a party. Okay, right? Like we are effing loaded as it comes across that.
Yeah.
What do we? Is there any items that you're after? Is there anything that you want to be better at or type thing? And we can see what we can, because there's not a huge amount that Puent can use anymore, unless he gets a plus, which I doubt he'll be able to find one of those, but we'll see. Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, not to interrupt you, that's why I was raising my hand. What about boots and or potions of, say, water walking, in case we encounter anything between, where we are now
walking,
and being on the boat?
We probably need water breathing rather than water
True.
walking.
True. Because what I'm thinking is my logic is if we're on the boat, right, and this is a big if, and something attacks us while on the ship and we are knocked overboard, I thought it would be important to be able to land safely, hopefully, on the water rather than going to gunk and having whatever in the water get us. We have a chance to be, mobile while walking on the surface rather than, struggling to swim and so on, especially in the heavy plate that we're wearing.
Well, you're fine.
with
You're
weapons.
fine. You are perfectly fine. You can breathe underwater. and your swim speed, and your swim speed is your normal movement speed. So
Well,
you are fine.
well,
Gwen's fine.
some of us
Tick.
who aren't
Gwen tick.
here, who are
Yeah, I know.
suffering
That's what
from
I'm saying. So,
TB, are
yeah, so Gwen's tick. I've got a cloak of the manta ray, which I can swim and breathe underwater.
yes. I would like to point
That's
out
2.
that the shard of the East Rune or the Ice Rune allows me once per short and or long rest to make a 10-foot radius sheet of ice that I can touch at the water and so on. That allows basically a small little ice platform that you can stand on and so on.
Oh, cool.
So I figured I would mention that, and I know
That's something you might want to mention. Yeah.
right, and I know that the Vonadod is more important, and I know it's already crossed the lake and so on. But for a while now, especially since I've had the armor of the Mariner, I'm like, I'm curious, why would we have this and then this water, and then I'm like, gee, like, I just want to make sure nothing happens because I remember when I was at that lighthouse long ago and I was tossed in the water, and I'm like, that didn't end so well. It was kind of a rough one there.
Water is indeed wet.
Oh, it is.
So is there? But the only thing I could Quentin could do if it was to upgrade his Amulet of Devout to an Amulet of Devout +3. That's something that we could possibly do. That's a purpley item. But depends on what everybody else needs. Quent's more or less sorted. He's being a very hospitable dwarf now. He's also got to be shown as being generous. You see, got to be shown as being generous.
We also have a Hail Mary in our bag as well because I do still have the candle.
The candle will be definitely needed, I think, for this Hail Mary.
I truly believe that. I'm just telling you what I have on my person, so that way we can better strategize as a team how to use the items most effectively. So that way it benefits all of us collectively and not just a single person.
So Gralda, the priestess, as you mentioned this, because you're in the room, just like any lawful good priest that prays on this can potentially cast gate and speak to their god.
Yes.
Which I'd hang on. That IOU, I'd hang on. That's a Lamborghini. I'd hang on to that one. That's a keeper.
I say, what is a Lamborghini? It must be a spell I've heard of.
So I'm gonna say this is the last opportunity we're gonna have to gear up before we
are currently at the everything store with the money that you got.
And that's why I'm mentioning it to you, Point. It's like not to interrupt, but like this is like I'm just mentioning some of the important, rare, or exclusive items that I have, to ensure that, like, in case you come up with a plan or you think, oh, well, this could work out really well if XYZ happens, we can take advantage of it.
Right.
Would help.
Yes, Rascal, he's the king.
Let's just go for a few. First of all, let's go. I'm just gonna. Let's go by character because it's easier.
Yeah.
When on your character, you've currently got the Sunblade and the Mace of Disruption that you're both attuned to. You're only going to be using one of them to hit things.
Right. So do you want me to? What I was going to do is the initial plan was just to unattune to the mace because I was using the sword, and attune to the East Rune, and do that. So that way, that could kind of work out because I can't dual wield both. So.
Oh, you're thinking about selling off the Mace of Disruption for money?
No.
Yeah.
No, because that's got the Pelor sign on it. That's never.
Yeah.
No.
No, I'm just thinking of as we go through the character sheet just to see, because if you equip the Shard of the East Rune, you get fire resistance, don't you?
Yes.
So if you
it's Frigid Friend, so it gives you fire resistance.
Yeah, so basically, if you go, you obviously Candle of Evocation, you definitely need to keep that. That's 100%. Yep. We're never getting rid of that until the shit hits the fan. You're obviously using the Sunblade, which is perfect. And then you go use the Shard of the East Rune. Is there anything on your character? I'm just thinking, is there anything else that you've got that you... So you got the Mariner's Plate already. That's already good.
We also only have, if I can find it here in my equipment, we also only have one diamond.
Oh, you should have two now. I
So-
have an additional one because from my list, I just gave you one. So
Oh,
put two
okay.
in
All
there.
right. So we only have 2 diamonds. So
Make
if
sure you
in the
add
event-
that one. Make sure you add that. Because if it's not on there and he passed it off, that's one of those, oh, whoops, I left it in ad bar moments. So the only thing that I'll say when you guys are this pay rich is if you don't write it in there, like, well, oopsie poopsie.
so I've
Is
now
it
added.
worth-
We have 2 diamonds.
Nice. So you've got that sorted. So let's go to next person on the
Copy
list. Of
2
mine.
deaths. 2.
right, I'm going-
Dark.
Yeah.
Dark. You've currently got. Let's see. You've currently got. Let me see. What of your attunement-y stuff? You've only got one thing that requires attunement, which is your frost, your flame sword.
Yeah, the thing that I don't use.
Yeah, I was about to say to you, is there anything that when you're thinking of your character and stuff you're going through, is there anything that because at the moment you're wearing what armor have you got? You're wearing plate armor.
Yeah, and that'll just be from however many days we're here to make it,
Yeah.
sort of thing. Because he had half plate.
That's fine. Do you want? Is there any item? Is there any weapon that you would, when you think of Dark using that you would use? So we can see if we can find one for you because there's
Dark uses more. I think piercing type weapons. So like your pikes, your spears, that kind of stuff.
Ooh.
If I have my pike, I can't hold a shield. So
exactly what do you want to do? What is your
Also, for him, he can add an upgrade to his pipe because you just turned level 10. Remember?
oh yeah.
So figure out what you want to do with it. He might want to keep his pipe because it's got like one of the glamorous armor type thing that you gave me.
Okay.
He can, because of his forge skills, he can come up with something reasonable to add to it. So if you wanted to say fire resistance, you could do that.
Oh, just like embedded into the.
Yep.
But overall, I think his next armor upgrade will be when he gets level 3 in Artificer, so he should be good
Okay.
until then.
I'm just thinking, is there anything that you? Because obviously at the moment you're a little because obviously you joined the party late because we all did stuff. You're a little bit not as equipped as some of us. Is
I
there anything that you're
was
actually after?
sitting at a 17 AC, which was rough. But now it's 19, so.
No, I'm saying, but just standard things like cloak of protection
Or a ring of protection. Yeah.
or a ring of protection.
Oh, we can get those?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I don't really have anything I'm attuned to that I need to be attuned to. I will be making one of those orbs for probably Gwen and myself to do the minus D4 fire.
Gwen's fully equipped on it, attuned, so he won't be able.
Oh, he wouldn't be able to do anything? Okay. I'll check with Vespera or
But if
Mirren.
if we add to the list, if we say so if I put on here first of all, it's either a ring or a cloak. It don't really matter what it is. Ring, cloak of prot +1. We'll add that to the list, and we'll talk to the DM after and say what can we do, because then we can minus it off the gold. So that'll give you plus to saves and plus to AC.
What is this?
Okay.
What is this thing?
Ring or cloak.
Ring or cloak of protection.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Nothing majorly out of the way.
I think they're both +2 AC, aren't they?
+1 AC.
Okay.
+1 AC, +1 saves.
Hey, Rascal, we already have a cloak of displacement in the party. Never again. But yeah. In the Paladin's wearing it, so it's completely miserable. That's why I'm throwing a Vonin dot at them. Does a 32 hit?
No. Okay. So you got the potential plus that, fine. Obviously, when you're doing anything of your things, what stats are you using for things? Is there anything that can help on that side of things?
Like strength? I mostly
Well,
use
yeah,
strength.
well, you got strength 18 anyway. It's going to be
Oh, intelligence for magic.
and you got an int 16 anyway. So is your spells? Do they have is your psychic stuff? Do they have saving throws attached to them?
Yes, I think it's based off of my intelligence. So as that goes up, the save will.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think. There are items as well that give you plus to your DCs of your spells as well.
Ah,
Say one more thing. You do have a cog.
ooh, there is a artificer thing that does that,
What?
but it's like tools.
Yep.
Is it all-purpose tools? I'll look at it.
I think it is. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, all-purpose tool.
Yes, Glenn.
not to interrupt, I do want to point out that I do have a few other items as well that may be of interest to you or maybe not. I do have a +1 mace, so I do have that. I think it was the original mace I had back when I was fighting at the lighthouse a year ago. But then I also have a necklace of prayer beads and an amulet of proof against, I think, detection, and then finally, what else? Yeah, I think that's it for right now, aside from the 2 diamonds. So I just figured I'd throw those out there as well.
Have you put them on your character sheet?
They are currently in one of my characters' backpacks.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yes. Both the amulet and the necklace are wondrous items. I want to point out. I've been holding on to them, but I haven't really had the. No, I haven't really been given much of an opportunity to really use them.
The necklace of prayer beads is an amazing item.
Yes, so I wanted to point that out there as well to you because
But that also requires attunement.
Yes, and I think 1 second. I think only requires attunement by cleric, druid, and paladins.
Since Gwen is maxed out on attunement items, I'm gonna make the ruby. What is it called?
Can we have an item that lets me have more attunement items, please?
Yeah, it's called Artificer level.
You will have to Venmo the DM $100.
I would say, based on your passive perception, you do have a cog or a karak, a ship, right? A single masted ship that was basically spontaneously manifested inside the water from the genie. That being said, it didn't have a crew, has no means of speed or whatever. If you wanted to hire on an air elementalist or something like that, that would cost X.
If we get. Sorry, turning this into my. Quent doesn't know this, but Pete does. We've got a decanter of endless water, right? We have a jet boat. We put it on the back. We turn it up. Go.
Yeah, and you're gonna pressure it.
Yeah.
To push a whole.
No.
A rack.
It could do.
It'll move. Just slowly.
No. If I remember correctly, let me see. Decanter. It used to be. Obviously, I remember things a bit old, so there's 3 levels of that you can get it to come out. One is stream, one is fountain, and one is geyser. So you can produce basically 30 gallons of water that push out at 30 feet long, 1 foot wide. So
it would push the crack. Depending on the weight and everything in there, it'll move. It'll move. Yeah. Not quietly. But yeah.
But if we get like 6 decanters along the back and just go, jet mode activated, guys, We'll be at the other side in about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So what's those tools that you're after, Dark?
All purpose tools.
They're basically like the
Jack of all trades. Like
yeah, they're equivalent. They're
I
equivalent
got
of like the,
chinkers.
yeah, they're the equivalent of the devotion type items.
Mhm.
Yeah. So okay. So ring or cloak of protection, the all tools thingy. Let me see. Let's just check mirror and what has he actually got that he's. So he's got the hill giant strength, the boots of the winterlands, which gives him. I think actually stupidly, I think most of us have got fire resistance, just from doing this, but that's all right. And he's got the cloak displacement, so
He's pretty beefcake. And he's never taken that cloak of displacement off. That was brutal.
why would
All
you say
those
that?
things that hit you now are hit so hard that it's good to have a high AC.
It is really cool that it doesn't it summon a displacer beast like was
Yeah, so he
the one
can.
with-
Yeah, he can do a couple things with it.
It is pretty cool.
He may
Like,
show up to
that
the
you-
second half. We'll see.
That is an awesome thing.
So what they'll do, Frume is going to go to Sundabar, and with the dwarves that he has and the company that you have of Order the Gauntlet, like think, squire level type dudes, just
Yep.
guys that carry a spearman, So you have something that I really like in Dungeons and Dragons. You have henchmen, right? So you have your own dudes, and they're going to rebuild Citadel Sunbar. So regardless of its ruling, there's going to be a fort there, and you're going to be in it. And it's just going to have value for the, you know what I mean? Like it'll have its own value, and then it'll work itself out. But
One thing
they're
I
going to
will
start
say-
building that.
One thing, not to cut you off. One thing I will say is when they go back to Sunbar, that should anything happen, just as like a means of communication, like to give updates here to let everybody know what's going on there, just in case something off happens. You know what I mean? Like that nice line of connection and communication really important. Is that
I've got the-
You know that the Hawk's Nest is near it as well.
Yeah.
And that's where the Order of the Gauntlet kind of chills, anyways. So like, with Sundabar being another, like think of like a Templar keep a bank. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be there because it can, right? And then it'll kind of sort itself out. And as the game kind of progressed, you'll get updates on how well it goes.
Well, on
Just
that
in
note,
case something bad happens, like Margaster was.
Yeah.
if we are looking at items that will help us down on the water, there is a sensor of controlling air elementals, which is a rare item, and you can summon air elementals with that. That is an option that could help us summon an air elemental and sort of get the cell going. Or I think that's a much higher level of item. Yeah, that's legendary. Yeah, we're not having that. Ring of Air Elemental Command. We haven't got one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's doable. The White Bolt lets you know that for 9,000, he can get you the what'd you call that air elemental?
The sensor of controlling air elementals.
Yep.
That's
But
if we
don't you
need it.
need an air elemental, or does it? Can it
Oh,
build?
it summons it.
Okay. Yep, for 9,000. And
it.
with your discount, he's like 8,100.
And also, we're about to go into like mad shit craziness. What sort of healing potions and stuff have you got that we can dish out amongst people? I know you
Okay,
just
so
got.
make a choice. How much do you want to go with the army? And then I can say how much you have left, because you could have quite a bit.
No, we're not taking a load. We just want to see what there's available. There's a
Yeah.
difference. And I can buy.
So the army requires.
We've got gold.
Yep.
We've got gold we can buy from the White Wheel. That's not going to stop the army's supplies. If you know what I mean, we've got gold.
Yep. Okay.
Uh,
I would say, based on this being pretty much the last chance for a very long time, for the next couple months of gameplay, most likely, there are at 50 gold is what we're doing for health potions. There are 10
for healing.
There are 10 available.
That's not bad.
There are.
Greater was 250.
Yep. And there are 6 graders.
And we said the superior was 650.
Yep. And a superior will take a day to make for 650.
Okay.
If you want to keep staying, they can keep making them. Does that make sense? For however long you want. But that's got to.
We've literally got a day and then we've got to go because that's otherwise things are going to take too long to do things.
Did you already subtract all that? How much you got left?
Yeah, I know. I'm not. I've just done a little thing that said we've got. If we wanted to get all of this, which I think, to be honest, I think we might as well. Looking how good value this is. Does that include our discount? I won't be there.
Yep. You can take. Man, okay, no, then no.
Say it's supposed to be 2,650. So let's say 2.5 grand, and that's all of them then.
Do you want a crew for your ship at all? You want to take anyone with you? You can. It's a cog/correct. You could probably take a crew of 10 but that's like people sleeping butt to nut.
Do we have anyone that knows how to crew a ship?
Nope. So the water Ganassi, 2 of them could. So there's 6 of them that are going to arrive at Iron Slag. You can take 2 of them and they know how to crew a ship. It's a husband and wife. You also have the ability to hire people like a acolyte/priest to stay on this thing. It's just it would cost more in terms of NPCs. I like this whole henchman thing. You know what I mean? So like you'll have this ship, and this is kind of, if you keep it tight, you keep them alive and things like that.
Okay. Just for money wise, how much was we a ring or cloak of protection +1? They were about 2 grand last time roughly in the.
They're rare, right?
No, they're. I think they're uncommon. I think they're uncommon. The +1s. I think. Give me a second. Let me check.
For the ring will be 600. So what is that? 540 with the discount. Oof! And I rolled 2 6s. They're both 540 each.
So Dark, have a +1 ring of protection. That'll be useful for you.
That brings him up to 20. Nice.
Obviously, that needs a tuning and all that sort of stuff. Just to say, it's one of those. Just putting a money thing together that we're sold. We've sold that. We've sold that. We're not sold. Just how much we spent.
I absolutely love how Quint's making a grocery list right now. It's just
I've got an Excel sheet.
Milk, eggs, bacon, cheese.
I've got an Excel sheet here. It's just
it's beautiful. This is what I love about D&D is people actually go through the motions of like, okay, we need this and we need this and we need this. It's like, DM, can I have that?
Don't forget about Vespera as well in terms of.
She's already got a +2 thing for her.
Act of the Boon.
Yeah, I'm thinking of thing might be useful for her is a Pearl of Power. Because a Pearl of Power will help her get one of her spell slots back as a warlock. She doesn't get many of them.
Oh,
so it's actually really quite useful.
All right, one sec. Let me look it up.
She also weirdly doesn't use armor. She just has mage armor cast on her.
There is like if you wanted to you could get. She can wear up to studded, can't she?
But it's mage armor is +3, so it's better anyway. So
It's an uncommon, so it's gonna be a little bit more expensive. And you're talking about the Pearl Power?
yeah,
Uncommon. Oh no, it's not. All right.
I think there's different levels of it.
Yep, 200 gold pieces for the Pearl of Power.
You sure? I think it's probably worth more than that. I'm just saying.
It says uncommon wondrous.
Yeah, but where's? Give me a sec.
It's I'm using a die roll. You already got upcharged on like 2 things that were 6 times 100.
I know. I'm just trying to be nice. I just think it's probably. All right, 200. We'll bite his arm off at 200.
I'm okay. I'm okay with it. It's an attunable item, so it's taking a slot. It's all you get, you know?
Yeah. What about those all tools for Darky? They're basically like, do you know, like the armor, the one that the Pact Keeper or the Devout? They're exactly the same as that, just for artificers.
Let me see. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. They're basically like a war weight. Yeah.
Isn't it all-purpose tool?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
So it can go up to very rare.
Yeah,
It
so if you
depends
get
on
the
what you
+2 one, go for the rare one. Is rare +2 or is it the one?
Rare's +2.
Yeah, go for that one.
It requires attunement, just so you know.
I have room.
Oof, this one's gonna be a little more expensive. So this is 14,000.
Am I there with the purchase of this item?
Yeah,
Can I cast distort value on it and make it seem like there's a nick or something that basically reduces the price by half?
Do you have is that a spell?
I have that spell.
And you want to lie to, and you also want a chance to lie to one of Point's dwarves. Are we going down this path?
Oh no! It's one of Prince dwarves.
Okay.
I thought it was like a local just.
No, he's
On that note, how much is the +1 all-purpose ones then? Just so we know.
Wow.
400.
400. Do you want the +1
400 or 14,000?
Will I be able to upgrade the 400 like down the line?
If you want that to be your level 12 thing.
Okay. I'll do that just to give more options for money later on.
Okay, so you're going with the 400.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so you have an uncommon all-purpose tool, and it's attuned.
Okay, basically, just to in terms of money here, let me just see. We have spent hardly anything, just to say. It might be that we go for that +2 in a minute.
I would say if you got the all-purpose tool at +2 at every level, you could upgrade something with this tool.
Oh, with the tools I'd be able to use. Okay.
Yeah, we've only presented with all the with the ring, the potions, the Pearl of Power, and the +1 tools. We've only spent 3,500 gold of the 41,000. So get a +2 one. Just have the +2 one. I don't care anymore.
Thank you, Fasha.
Geralda's like, think about the young children in the orphanages. You could spend that. We could upgrade the orphanages. We could, rebuild the road to Sundabar.
Yes, please do that.
Geralda is a level 5 priest that asks for permission to march with the army.
She has
Gauntlett.
If she has that of Gwent or
any forge any clerics that of Modern that wants to go to battle are highly encouraged to do so,
All right.
because like metal, we are forged in the highest temperatures. If we're not getting forged, we don't get better. We got 23 grand or nearly 24 grand left at the moment.
So stocking the cog, stocking potentially a crew. So there's 2 people, but you'd probably want to pay them.
We don't get paid. Oh, we do actually, bollocks.
You did get paid.
That obviously that doesn't include the sensor if we want to have like the air elemental to help make this go in the right direction. Because I think we're probably going to need some form of propulsion for this
Yep.
ship.
We'll have the air elemental and the decanter, right?
Yeah, the decanter. What we've and
The decanter was 500, I said.
yeah. So we've basically got 15 grand left now.
Does the ship have like barrels of rations and things for us?
So that would be gratis because he's the king. They're gonna stock at least a fortnight's worth of foodstuffs, bedrolls, and things like that. They're getting
And
that.
a decent cask of ale, dwarven ale is going on ship.
Yep,
Just as well.
for sure. Yeah. That stuff, the food and stuff, that's kind of free because he's the king. That's part of his, stipend stuff. But
if we talk to those 2 air, the sort of the water SI and say, if we need a crew for this boat, it's not something what do we need? If I give them 500 gold, because this is something that it's a short notice.
Yep.
Here's 500 gold.
They'll get a crew of 6 more hands, including theirs. So 8 total on the ship. And they're just like basic, people that can write an X on a piece of paper that don't seem skullduggerous.
So I imagine this is taking a few days to procure all these items.
This is the White Wheel. They get this stuff sent to them all the time. We'll get this tomorrow, and we're off.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just Amazon Prime shipping.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm gonna.
It's right there.
Dark is gonna go up to Gwyn.
Uh-oh.
And he's gonna look him over. Hello, Gwyn.
Can I help you, Dark?
I was studying your battle techniques with your sun blade, and I think we need to do a bit of training if you have some free time.
Okay.
Have you used longsword before?
Yeah, I used it in the past few battles where we were fighting the fire giants. Remember when we slayed like 90 of them in one day?
Yeah, I mean, from my ground position when I was always prone, I saw a lot of whiffs. But I think, with a bit of training and technique, we can, increase that proficiency with the blade, because it seems fitting for you to have it. I just want you to be really understanding like the ins and outs of the weapon, kind of like let the weapon speak to you, sort of thing.
Right. I am intrigued, but I'm also curious as to what else you're trying
where
to
this
get
is
at.
going.
I feel like there's something underneath this. So it's very odd. I've survived very, very long.
Very
feel like
leading questions. Yeah.
As
All these
up
dwarves
and
are kind of
coming,
leaning forward, like awkwardly.
Like
as
I kind of like step back from Dark a bit, like about 5 feet. I'm like, Dark, I respect that, and I agree. I'm not the best fighter, and personally, when Vespera was, giving me the good old pew pew fingers and all that stuff, and I got shot, that was really rough. I don't do well when I'm hit with magic. Apparently, I learned that just the other day. With the sword, on the other hand, yeah, I mean, I could be better, but my question is, are you hinting at that you want the blade, or are
Oh
you?
no, definitely not a blade guy. But
Well, you can be
as
blunt with me. We're all friends here. I mean, there's witnesses. I mean, there's friends. Sorry, there's friends here. So, I mean, we're
as
surrounded by friends, aka
as
witnesses. You heard that, right?
an upcoming Forge Master,
Yes.
there's a deep-seated discomfort when I see weapons that don't reach their max potential. So training you on how to use long swords is like my utmost thing right now. Every short rest, long rest, we're gonna be sprawling and just
Oh,
getting used
some
to.
RP stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's agreeable. I will. I'm certainly down for that. I've only ever really used a mace, and all you got to do is you just got to whack somebody with it, and I mean, hey, there you go. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I
Ah,
wouldn't. I wouldn't mind sparring.
I know what you're getting at now because he's not actually proficient
He's
in.
not proficient at
He's
long
not
swords.
proficient in longsword.
Right. Well, fair. Yeah.
And
Sure.
Dark, being a fighter, is proficient in all
Hang
weapons.
on.
So, yeah.
Hang on, what cleric are you? You're a life cleric, aren't you?
Life domain cleric.
Don't life clerics get martial weapons as well?
I think they
Sure.
just get heavy armor proficiency.
Okay, that's why you don't hit very much. So I just saw your thing. Yeah,
I know
you're
War Domain definitely does.
Yeah, you're not proficient in long swords.
Interesting.
Yeah. Says simple weapons.
But like lore wise and meta
Absolutely.
wise, Gwyn needs the Sunblade.
Yeah, I mean, like, absolutely. Like, if it means that I would get the proficiency to use it, sure, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't mind it because it would certainly help in combat, most certainly. I was kind of put off because you awkwardly come up to me and you're like, "So, poison, about the sunblade." And I'm like, "Is he gonna stab me in front of all these dwarves right now?
No, I
He's
have
gonna like
the
Spider-Man me to death?" Like,
the Flame Tongue Greatsword, and Dark still doesn't use it because it's not the vibe. But yeah,
no, I get where you're coming from. I concede that I am not a very good fighter. Since the days of my birth here in Faerun and all that stuff, all the way up till now, I've always been more of a I'm gonna heal you and cast this, and so I've been mainly the person in the back keeping all of the others in front, more or less, than being up front going like, I am Point and I hit you with a big stick,
On that note, is there any more Horns of Valhalla's lying around?
Yes, can I have the Mace of Tiamat, please?
Yeah. It's only been one day.
I know that. I know that. But the White Will person, is there any more Horn of Valhalla's?
Yeah, man, they're all out.
Darn.
Yeah,
All out of stock.
I'm just trying to think. Obviously, this is the last one we got. We got 14 grand left at the moment. Is there any armory stuff we can give Vespa that will help her out? Is there any armored stuff?
So what are warlocks good at?
Because she's currently using a Trident of Fish Command, which could come in useful coming up in this next combat, I suppose. She can dominate Beast on water creatures, which could help. I don't even know how she. Yep. She's got she's got Rod of the Pact Keeper.
Okay.
So she can have one more item. She could have obviously you got the ring. There was a cloak for the same price.
There's that spell storing thing. That warlocks like because they have like.
You give her a pro power.
Oh, okay.
That's her third.
I can't add that to her because I'm not. I was just. That's fair.
I can add it to her if you bought it. Did you buy it?
Yeah, I bought it. I bought it. Yeah.
Because that's the only other thing I could think of that warlocks use a bunch. Any free spells for warlocks are like, yay, please.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I did Pearl of Power. It's kind of like, it's just.
There we go. Who's got it now? And attuned. Oh, that's her third. She's got Rod, Pack Keeper 2, Pearl of Power, Trident of Fish Command. Yep. So she's maxed out. Mirren, I believe, is maxed out as well.
Yeah, unless there's upgrades would work for. If we could upgrade this Cloak of Displacement to a Cloak of Nope.
once a dawn,
Yeah.
you can say no to.
He does have Divine Retribution, though, on his cloak.
Nice.
Because you gave that to me. That's why. I was like, gotta be fair, man. Because
It's good, isn't it?
you forget as a DM, I think, that I have that once, and I'll just be like, wait. Just like, nah. But you can have that crit. You can take that.
Yeah, that it works. It is quite. It's a good thing.
That's my crit be gone.
Okay, so as a DM, then we've currently got 14 grand left.
Yep. You bought the health potions.
Yeah, we've done the health potions. Well, I'll go through what we've got. We've got the Ring of Protection, we've got the potions, we've got the Pearl of Power, +2 all-purpose tools, we've got the Decanter of Endless Water, the Sensor of Controlling Air Elementals. We've 500 to go with the Man and the Boat and all those various things to do with the boat. Is there... I'm thinking of any utility stuff that we could do with... Yes, you
You
could.
could always gift Noynek and the Revengers some money too, since
We be
No,
Poe.
they're
We
fine.
be
They're,
Poe.
they're, the, they're
We be
annoying Nick
Poe.
the Revengers. They're like the best.
We be Poe.
Their DM doesn't give them anything. Except for they've got loads of cool items.
yeah, I'm a huge fan. Let's see. It's whatever you guys want. You've got a couple days left. He's got a griffin. Are you gonna bring your griffin with you? Obviously, you could.
Yeah.
You do have war goats, so you have like the war goat point, like your ram. Adbar is notorious for rams, so you could give everybody. You know what I mean? Like, do you want any speedy travel once the ship stops?
Sarah.
On that note, is there any type of wondrous thingy that's like a dog but goat size, so I could summon a
Like an onyx
yeah
ram?
an onyx ram.
Also, Dark, you should get my my message there in the chat.
Wait one sec.
It's all right.
Also, okay, we're going underground. Does anyone not have dark vision?
I have these goggles at night.
Yeah, you do.
1 second. Yes, I have dark vision.
Okay, just checking. Can we check the others? 2 seconds. Vespa.
Oh yeah. It's got to have that on his hilt, even if it's for RP.
Okay, Vespa doesn't have dark vision. So can I have some goggles of night? They're like dead cheap. They're like literally
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. I think those are Oh, tell me those aren't common.
They are. I think they're common or uncommon, something like that. At the top of my head, I think they're reasonably cheap.
I spelled Google. Goggles of night.
Yes, I'm gonna goggle this.
Some Googles of night. Uncommon. All right. Oh, 100. All right. So 100 for that and 200 for an Onyx Ram.
I just want a ram because I want it. I don't want it. I want to take my ram with me, but I don't want it to die. And if it's an Onyx ram, it'll come back.
In 7 days. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
chunk
but-
part about the Onyx. Yeah, yeah. I would have had Kai out all the time, but it was just like every 7 days.
Can I have 7 of them
So you want 7 Rams?
for that price? I don't care.
I feel like they would have. Nah, I feel like they'd have to like
Yeah, I know.
make that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's stretching the limits of high fantasy.
Oh, I know. I was just
We spent 2 hours shopping. This is the best episode we've had yet.
look.
It is. Shopping episodes are really
Yeah,
fun because
but you guys are like
know,
resting. Yeah, you guys are like, there's a spa. You guys are
Yeah, we're going-
discussing this in loincloths in a spa. And they're just like,
Are there any?
we're going
Okay, I'm
through
just
the
gonna
Macy's catalog real quick. You know,
say, are there any +2 or +3 magic shields lying around?
oof, not for you, but I understand where you're going with this.
No, it's just that they're unattunable things, you see, and they're quite useful.
Yeah. No. No. Unfortunately, no. But if you wanted to stay for a week, they could build one.
No, we haven't got time for that shit.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, it'd be nice if we did.
I just don't like the idea that it's only a 1,000 gold for, you know what I mean, a +2 shield. The way the book reads, like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way. No, that is AC is king in this game.
Can we find a book that I could purchase called like How to Train Your Wormling or something?
how to train your dragon.
How to Train Your Dragon.
I want to start them off small so then they don't eat me.
I mean, you could purchase a pseudo dragon.
But pseudo dragons stay
Tiny. Yeah.
stay tiny.
A wormling, you'd have to find that. But hey, you're going to the right spot for some weird stuff.
How much is a pseudo dragon?
How much is a pseudo dragon? Oof.
$1 billion.
$1 billion. I figured out where all the rest of the money can go. Point.
I've got one. How much will it cost? And if it, I don't even know if it is a rare item. Instant Fortress.
Yeah, the fact that that's a rare item is beyond me.
I'm thinking of when we're in the Underdark, we go tower. We're in the tower. We're sleeping.
I know what you're talking about. Okay. You always talk me into these things, and I forget. And
No,
I
I'm just
remember
asking
one of
the
the
question.
worst items I've ever given you was the Ring of Earth. That damn.
You gave me that. I didn't even ask
I
for that one.
know.
You gave
But it was
to
during
me.
one of these type of moments. Okay, so I know that the fortress has like 100 HP, right? It's that tower,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's 100. Yeah.
okay. Okay. For 10,000 and a pseudo dragon, he comes back with a little tiny box that's about, you know what I mean? Like yay big. And he's like, don't you click that in here. Understand? You click that outside. And he's just like, you click the button. And then, yep, the instant fortress.
I just got a pseudo dragon.
And you got a pseudo dragon, pal. What color? Since you're buying something big, you just let me know. I've got just personally, I think I have green and silver.
Okay.
Quickly takes his model and dunks it in paint and puts it right there. There we go.
Hey, here's
I
what I'll
painted
say. Here's what I'll say to clear up your money. For 3,000 on top of that 10, I can get you a silver wormling. You hear me, Dark?
What's that?
For
silver
3,000 gold
wormling?
more, I can get you a silver wormling.
That's
Yep.
that's a daddy
you might-
point question. He's got all
You
the
can't-
money.
Can I please have this? It
You
was
can,
just
but-
Christmas.
Will it die? Will it die?
Anything
It's a
can die,
dieable
but we have
creature, right? Is
Yeah.
it mountable? Like trained to
not
be
yet.
mountable?
It's
Not
a
yet.
baby. It's about the size of, a couple 100-pound, like 100-pound dog.
Okay. Is it like
Your choice.
sidekick form currently? I don't plan on taking this thing into battle right now. It's gonna be from here to level 20 trained. Oh, look at it.
Ah. I will make you work for it, but we've got 4,500 left after the fortress.
That's
That would
pretty
be
awesome.
3,000
3,000 gold.
for a pet that might die.
It's not a pet.
An expensive pet.
It's not his pet. You're basically proving to its father, and you don't know the mother's name because want to keep her secret in these times of, but they say we can actually get a hold of a silver dragon named Steve that is very very close to the party, and we do believe he's got a hatched wormling.
Steve used to wear gauntlets of ogre strength to be able to pick things up.
Oh wow.
I feel like we're at like the Enterprise Rent-A-Dragon place right now.
There's an enterprise Rent-A-Dragon. Where do I go?
We're at it
Let's
right
go.
now. For $3,000, we can get ourselves a rentable, silver wormling here.
How about we
Silver dragon warbling.
How about we
Hmm.
do this, Dark? We go. We're very interested. Let's see if we survive this combat. We'll come back
Yes,
and
let's
get
do
it
that.
afterwards.
Because it's not like I can train him right now. And
No,
see.
you can't do anything with it. You're going to say, yes, I'll adopt this dragon, then I'm going to abandon him and die. That's not what you want to do.
Great
Just let you
backstory
know,
for the dragon.
in your retirement plans for you, Dark, if you're planning on taking up like a nanny business, I highly don't recommend it. I'll take care of your kids and abandon them in Gontalgrim.
I'm just saying, Gif Sarai on a silver dragon, that I get to just jump off of it and do dark things and then jump back onto it. It writes itself.
It wouldn't be able to. It's
Well, yeah, not
kind of a
now.
baby.
It's like
Not able to
medium.
carry you yet. Yeah.
This is future me, long term me.
This
See,
would be your
the
chance.
worst
You're going to be
one-
down below for a long time.
The worst ones, Tim, is if you're looking at items, is when you go, I'll have a sentinel shield, please. Because unattunable. It does absolutely everything. It's like, no, you're not having one. They're broken.
They are.
I can say that, you see, because my last character had every broken item on the planet.
Yeah, and a crossbow that shot force damage that was a tattoo on his body. That was a big mistake. But that was you saying you would play the game. Remember when we were asking you, we were like, well,
Yeah.
gonna have a crossbow that shoots force damage? I was like, sure, as long as you play with us, this would be great.
Later, he regretted that. He was like, oh,
No. To be honest, the item that he regretted most giving me was the ring.
Yep.
which ring was this
That
one?
ring was
That ring was
ring of earth elemental control, because you can basically walk through walls and stuff like this.
boy.
and he
You can put your
created
head
a
through.
Normandy bunker against Tiamat.
They'll never get us in here, boys.
Okay, so you're down
Okay.
to what? About 4,000?
4,000. Yeah, I'm just going to see if there's anything else. We've got the obviously goggles of night we've got for. I'll write this in and I'll put this in the chat for her so she's got those. Is there anything we need to look at for water breathing? Is there any potions of water breathing?
Yep, you can get that.
Because I think there's 2 of us that can breathe water, and is Vesper
Yeah, she can breathe
water? She
Yeah,
can
yeah,
breathe,
she's
so,
a water. Yeah.
so how much would be 2 potions of water breathing?
Breathing bubbles. And if not, I can make breathing bubbles. 2 breathing bubbles that last 1 hour a piece.
Oh, that might be useful. That might be useful as well.
And
You
then
just put
after
them in
we
your head.
use them, I could just make another infusion of something else, and they'll disappear.
Yeah.
It's 900 with a discount for 2.
Okay, we'll do that. So, Dark, you got a potion of water breathing, and I'll make sure I get this to Mirren as well, so Mirren gets
I can
one.
put it in Mirren's.
Yeah,
if you-
Mirren needs to get one. Could you also put in Vespers? Could you put the goggles of the night on her as well, please?
Yep.
Oh, can I give Gwyn another fire resistance potion? The one that I have, since my weapon can give me fire resistance. So you'll have 2, and then you have to.
Gwen's got fire resistance anyway. I think it's Mirren and Vesper that need all the potions of fire resistance.
So
Oh.
currently on me, with the Shard of the East room, I have fire resistance on top of, but not limited to, the 3 fire resistance potions that I was already given earlier. So I would say giving Mirren that potion would be pretty important. And if Aspera doesn't have one, I'll hold on to one for her when she, gets better and reconvenes with us. And give her hers.
I got another thing
Tim!
that might be useful. Tim, this might be useful for you, Dark, because I know you like to do some weird ass shit. You do.
Yeah, you're
You just
weird.
do. Because these are uncommon.
The boots?
No, immovable
Oh.
rod.
Mmm.
Because you could
Oh no.
chink, you could jump up
no.
on one, do some.
Look at his face. Look at Tim's face.
Well,
He's
we'll
like,
have a broken party without an immovable rod. That's fine. You guys can have whatever you want, and I'll just. I learn in every campaign. I become meaner and meaner. That's okay.
But I'll only use it for
Immovable
good
rod?
things.
Is that what you're looking for?
What's that?
An immovable
An
rod?
immovable rod. Yeah, how much would they be?
You said it was rare.
No, uncommon.
It's
Uncommon.
75,000 gold.
500. You gotta think though, 500 gold pieces is a lot of money. Like, it doesn't sound like a lot at the where you guys are at, but like, you're paying 500 gold for like 2 weeks of labor for these.
I'm paying
passengers
over
on
the
this
odds.
ship.
I'm paying over the odds because I want someone to do it the job right for that.
Yeah.
But there you go, Dark. I thought you would be quite cool to have one of those because I think you're a type of player that would take full advantage of
Just as you read this, so there's a tech order to do this. If you decide that you want to stick this inside of a dragon to hold them tight, you need to be forewarned of a person named Manu. As you're reading this, the dragon can just rip it out of its body. Just remember, just so you know, it takes a couple extra. Man, I thought of that one on the fly. I was like, nope.
Yes, you did.
Nope.
It was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I
Okay,
was
so
like,
we've got.
no.
Okay, so we'll do that. We've got just under 3,000 gold left, so that's a good bit of pocket change.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, you could donate some of that towards rebuilding Iron Slag, but then the dwarves are pretty fancy at using stone themselves to handle it.
They've
You know,
got this
there's
covered.
displaced families that were refugees inside Iron Slag. If you wanted to donate some of that, I'd be. Jeez. But other than that, the night passes. You guys, get cleaned up. You've got a long rest. I will say that everybody can have their uniform cleaned up, etched in a certain way. If you have your mariner's plate or whatever poison, you can get Palor symbol on whatever you guys want in terms of like getting your cloaks changed colors. It's like that scene in Skyrim where you can adjust, you know, your paint jobs on things, or was that Neverwinter? But we'll take a 10-minute break as you guys are getting ready to depart, as the armies begin marching and battalion columns towards Mithril Hall, and they do their big like Crusader speech as it begins. The war begins to return Gauntlgrim. We'll take 10 minutes. Skylar,
Cool.
whenever you're ready.
A spark within, but we can slow. I left behind the walls of home to find the truth, to stand alone. With every step the cold grew deep. The magic stirred, no longer asleep. A princess then afraid, unsure. But through the frost I learned much more. My hands, they glowed with icy fire. Each battle stoked my heart's desire. The mountains high, the rivers wide. With friends I learned to turn the tide. Frostborn, through every storm I stand reborn. Frostborn, with friends beside I face the dawn. Frostborn, the cold is mine, my heart unworn. Frostborn, my destiny forever sworn. Through dangerous space I found my way. In darkest night they lit the day. The bonds we forge unbreakable, oh, in ice and flame unshakable. But deep within a quiet ache, the home I left, the path I take. Though magic calls me far from there, and my heart remains, I hold it dear. Frostborn, through every storm I stand reborn. Frostborn, with friends beside I face the dawn. Frostborn, the cold is mine, my heart unworn. Frostborn, my destiny forever sworn. Now the winds obey my will. With frost I bend, the world is still. But even as I rise above, I long for home, the place I love. With every spell, with every fight, I'm guided by their strength, their light. My power grows, my heart is torn, but through it all, I am reborn. Frostborn, through every
try to hide, you can try to flee, but they'll find you no matter where you'll be. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, they don't care, they don't share. Murder badger, everywhere they'll tear you bare. There. That's what we do from the skies, taking giants by surprise, stealing magic hand in hand, defend the fair and they'll make us stand. From the shadows, no neck sneaks. His silent mind blade strike the weak. Bardic tune fills the air. A robot's music beyond compare. Sir Timothy's shield will never fall. Sora pages through it all. And from the skies fleet cast a storm of fury. They'll never last. Harnessed up, taking flight. Victory is in their sight. Knowing that can the Revengers. Who knew two knows the full of might. Knowing that can the Revengers. No one expects an airborne dive by neck and the Revengers. Slay foes wherever they go, it's knowing neck. And the Revengers. Saving the world for terror. With giants falling in their wake, there's no villain they can't break. From the peaks to forest floor, they're the heroes and they roar. Through the night and through the day, evil trembles in dismay. They're a force you can't deny, raining justice from the sky. Harnessed up, taking flight, ready for another fight. Knowing that can the Revengers. Who knew two knows the full of might. Knowing that can the Revengers. No one expects an airborne dive by neck and the Revengers. Slay foes wherever they go, it's knowing neck. And the Revengers. Saving the world for terror. With giants falling in their wake, there's no villain they can't break. From the peaks to forest floor, they're the heroes and they roar. Through the night and through the day, evil trembles in dismay. They're a force you can't deny, raining justice from the sky. Harnessed up, taking flight, ready for another fight. Knowing that can the Revengers. Who knew two knows the full of might. Knowing that can the Revengers. No one expects an airborne dive by neck and the Revengers. Slay foes wherever they go, it's knowing neck. And the Revengers. Saving the world for terror. They fight for truth, they fight for might. In the end they'll win the fight. Knowing that can the Revengers fly. Heroes rising to the sky.
Awakening in shadows deep, from endless night I rise and creep. A stolen soul, forever bound. In your heartbeat I am found. I slept through centuries alone, and dreams of blood upon a throne. But your foolish hands, they touched the key, and now your fate is bound to me. Through darkness I was once set free. Now I drag you into misery. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that haunts the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my bite. In blood we dance till morning light. Your friend, your brother, now my own. A split on this cruel dark throne. The demon's hand, it pulls us all. I rise, I claim, I make you fall. From hell's deep pit, I stole his flame. Manuki gone, where the echoes of pain. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that holds the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my bite. In blood we dance till morning light. But in the dark where shadows sin, a heart still beats within this thing. I am the weapon, I am the blade, but long ago I was betrayed. Now cursed to walk this endless fight, no dawn to break this eternal night. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that holds the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my bite. In blood we dance till morning light.
Sail to the north, where the frost winds blow, where the giants roam and the icebergs grow, to face Charles Stronghold in his frozen keep, and steal back the ship while we put him to sleep. Heave ho! Hey ho! We bring her home with Torvik's revenge on the icy foam. We broke the chains of frost and storm and sailed her south where the winds are warm. The sea of moving ice was dark and wild, but we cut through the cold with a hero's guile. We fought the Jarl on his frozen throne, and now Torvik's revenge is our own. Heave ho! Hey ho! We bring her home with Torvik's revenge on the icy foam. We broke the chains of frost and storm and sailed her south where the winds are warm. Blades in hand and courage strong, we battled the frost that kept her long. Now Stronghold lies in icebound sleep, while we sail the seas both wide and deep. Her sails are full with a southern breeze, no more bound to the frozen seas. Torvik's revenge is ours to steer, for the heroes who show no fear. Hey ho! Hey ho! We bring her home with Torvik's revenge on the icy foam. We broke the chains of frost and storm and sailed her south where the winds are warm. Now we ride on waves of gold, with a tale of glory to be told, of heroes bold and the giants fall. Torvik's revenge is the prize of all. with a tale of glory to be told. Of heroes bold and a giant's fall. Torment's revenge is the price of all.
That once was lost beneath the snow. A spark within, but we can slow. I left behind the walls of home, doomed to find the truth, to stand alone. With every step the cold grew deep. The magic stirred, no longer asleep. A princess then afraid, unsure. But through the frost I learned much more. My hands, they glow with icy fire. Each battle stoked my heart's desire. The mountains high, the rivers wide. With friends I learned to turn the tide. Frostborn, through every storm I stand reborn. Frostborn, with friends beside I face the dawn. Frostborn, the cold is mine, my heart unworn. Frostborn.
All right, and we're
Sorry
back.
if I'm late.
No, you're okay. Yep. Sorry, Skylar in the background didn't didn't get the reference to the Amazon Amazon thing while we were talking about Amazon. So
Ah,
hopefully you come back. Why this now? Let's see. So the armies begin funneling out and heading west under the command of Hardek Steelshard and Gralda Anvilheart, as you know, the 3,000, all the 3,000 dwarves move towards Gauntlgrim above ground, where you all you can take your griffin if you want. The rock is there as well. The rock will probably stay. I'm gonna assume. What is it? Mount Hammerhast at the top. I await your legal representation for a scar. Whoopsie poopsie. Hey, some quotes out of context are confusing. Yeah. When I looked down at first, I was like, "Oh man, why?" I was like, "That's." I was like, "Oh, we were talking about Amazon." All right. Anyways, the armies march out and they begin streaming out in battalion blocks. Shields, almost like shield squares. Moving out, drums and bugles and things like that. The Ram cavalry of Adbar rides again. And if you go way back in the lore, there is Ram cavalry that they have, from what I remember. And they were like,
there will be more as well. They're gonna
have... you have your Onyx Ram. The Griffin is there as well if you want to bring your Griffin, or you want to leave it there.
I ask Puent, does he think that a griffin underground would be a wise decision to take with?
You're as wise as I am. Make the decision yourself.
Well, you are the king.
The king.
My liege, I ask
As he-
you,
as he
I
says that,
beseech thee, tell me what I shall do with thy griffin.
I kick him in the back of the legs for him to fall over.
Ouch!
And I go,
My grace, your grace,
And
I've
I'm like-
fallen and I cannot
I'm like,
get
you keep
up.
talking to me like that, and I'll make sure you fall off your bird next time you fly. Your choice. I'm Puent. I always am Puent. No, don't stand for hoity-floity.
I say under my breath,
flowery
I
stuff
get
like
up, I'm like, yes, thy liege. He kicks me off the boat. It's gone.
It's gonna be. Can we do some PvP, cleric v cleric? Let's see what happens.
Well, I've already lost that, so I only have healing and healing and healing. Yeah, I'll bring the griffin.
Okay. Yep. So you knew that when you went down to visit Dark Lake, you couldn't see the ceiling. Like it was, or the Dark Sea. It was really, really high. And obviously, you guys went really, really low to get to that spot, right? So that's where the Vonendad did carve out a, a pathway that reached the Dark Lake. And then obviously took some sort of vessel or something to get to wherever it went. That's what you don't know. Your perception can't see past this. All you see is this massive, brackish, dark sea, no bioluminescent algae or anything like that where you can see. It takes you roughly let's see, what is that? Citadel Akbar. Oh yeah, a day, 2 days, day and a half to get back to the artist formerly known as Iron Slag. The adamantine doors are swung open, but the dwarves have been very busy. There's a bunch of dwarves that are with you. They start funneling into the place. They have built quite and I'm going to use this, an escarpment in front of a makeshift escarpment in front of the adamantine doors, where the sentry posts and things like that. The stairway up to the top has been blocked off because they're smart dwarves, right? And they don't want any other access. So you can smell a very pungent smell of like probably yak folk being burnt and things like that. They've been cleaning the place up. They're diligently working on the foundry that was blown up. So, when you see them, they come up to you, Dark, and they're like, Your Grace. And their face is all like darkened with sweat and, grease and soot. And they let you know that like it's going to take probably a month to get those forges, even one of them. There was like 7 of them. There's like, they were blown up from like overpressure, but it's going to take a while to get them up and running. Probably, by the time you return, it'll be about 50%. Other than that, the place seems cleaned up. Obviously there's piles of like goblins and things like that are being burnt on the outside of the place, and there's a rich smell, probably driving off the evil denizens in the world. They smell that and they're like, well, probably don't want to go hang out over there because we're losing the war. They give reports back that there hasn't been any sightings of any fire giants. The pathway seems clear and quiet down in the Dark Sea. They do have patrols that go down there, but not often because it takes probably a couple hours to get to that level. And it's a very steep slope. But other than that, they are tracking from your last session that you were thinking about hydraulic power from the water to help build the forge, the adamantine forge. You're probably the only one that could probably work it to its max capacity, so they're not really messing with the main adamantine forge. The rooms are cleared. Everything seems cleared. The kitchen's back running. Yeah.
Make sure we tell them how well impressed we are of how much they've done and how critical they are to the success of.
Your shrine to Mordrin with the kabuki, the gold fix of the anvil, that's looking like clean and pristine in there as well. They've improved upon it. It looks almost like onyx in there. It's very shiny black. Think of the inside of the Ministry of Magic from the Harry Potters, that kind of black flooring, but there's like a room like that with an anvil on the middle of it, but the anvil has the cracks of gold as well. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask.
Andrew Star is floating above the thing. Yeah.
As we leave, I ask one of the dwarves if they ever did get the refugees that I escort up the lift.
Oh yeah. They're like, oh no.
Oh, them again.
Yeah. They've already
We
since
burnt
left.
them alive. We didn't know who they were.
They look like
We threw them
goblins.
in with
Oh,
the yak
crap,
folk.
they're
You
so
did
skinny.
what?
Yeah, no, they let you know that they made it back to Akbar, a few nights ago. Yeah, I will say retroactively, you met them there, and they're very grateful to what you've done. So the room has natural light of the radiant light of Palor from this globe that floats just in the air inside the main foundry. So it's very pleasant light there, and they've managed to take mirrors as dwarves do, and the whole place is like they can close the door and it'll stay light because of that light of Palor that's in the room. Don't look at it, but yeah, it's pretty bright.
Dark will just make sure that the dwarves that are repairing the forge and kind of manning it will keep like log books or log scrolls to kind of document all the repairs and other things that they're needing to do. So when he gets back, he'll essentially be able to like read a dossier.
Yeah.
All right, it says here you did this. You did graded.
Yeah, so they'll keep they'll keep a log, the ship's log, the repair log. I just lost my page. But yeah. So it's up to you guys where you guys want to go now. You're back there. Time is not necessarily on your side. You know that you guys finally have some respite from horrific battles that you've been in. You've been with the stone giants. You fought off to get to Iron Slag. You guys were in the eye of the Allfather, and got ripped up there pretty bad. So you guys have been in some pretty serious scuff ups this moment. So the past 3 days have been if you think about it, over the past, what is it? This is about day 100, we'll say, for the campaign. For the past 100 days, it's been nonstop. You guys haven't had a week off doing anything. It's just been nonstop warring and just battling. And so, yeah, but it's over. You think that for the most part, you're getting some information that it's in the final stages and they know kind of where Hecaton is. They're going to go rescue him, so the Ordning is only moments away from being restored. The giants are running amok still, so you could expect to run into some evil stuff. You do know that that demons are behind this because of by, with, and through the Drow. So it's kind of you close one book only to find another layer of what was happening on the surface that had even farther machinations in the Underdark for Faerun domination. But there you guys go. It's Dark's keep now.
Gwen would know this, but every morning right before dawn, he would find you, wake you up, and at least for an hour we would spar with your longsword.
Absolutely.
No, turn it off!
Oh, it's so bright.
Yeah, you spar with a wooden longsword.
No, don't turn that on. I just wood.
The old wooden longswords.
Yes.
I turn to Dark and go, however much you'd like to help rebuild this hold and make it as good as it was, I think it's our time has come. We need to press on. Time's against us. We need to get down to the sea and use whatever means of our disposal to get across that sea in the fastest, because we should be moving faster than the Vonindod when we're down there. So if we're able to sort of, we've got some artifacts now that may help. We've got a crew. Let's get down on the boat. Let's see if we can get this to shift across the undersea as fast as possible.
All right.
I
agree. I think they're at a good spot for the forge. So
they've done fantastically.
Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, Akbar is sustained well. The Sundabar thing is kind of happening. That's nascent. Iron Forge, or yeah, whatever this place is being called, Kazakh Dune, Kazakh Shmerber, is on the mend. And so you guys take your packs. It is like leaving as you go down this funnel. The dwarves, without intent, are having this be a massive, like, fatal funnel, right? Like a fallback for like 2-3 miles. You know what I mean? Like, and then the doors will be at the top, is where, you know, they're kind of fortifying. There's a small contingent at a they've built up a small keep at the bottom, as you guys can see on the map there. The dwarves have spent a little bit of time to build some shelter for some water ganassi that are trying to repopulate that place. There's fishermen and a couple tradesmen. They're trying to figure out, like, you can see in one rowboat, there's a water ganassi there that's got some sort of like glowing looking fish, right? And there's some sort of like food that's coming up there, and you can tell that they're a little bit happy because there's some sort of trade just coming out of just this area. But they, you know, Mireille and Kaylin Tidesong greet you. They were the ones that were going to be kind of like the mayors of this town, but they're the only ones that know how to run a ship. So they're going to ride with you guys. They let you know that Vespera and Mirren are both in the ship, like sleeping off the flu.
As he says that, I lean forward and go, "Never heard the dwarven elf be called the flu before, but hey, whatever floats your boat."
It looks like Mireille, the female water ganassi, Mireille Tidesong, she's kind of the captain. Her husband, you know, probably he's like a decent chef type. He'll be the cook. They let you know that they've used this cog a little bit. They've gone out like 4 or 5 miles and they haven't seen anything. They have no understanding of how to navigate this place. They have an idea of like, well, we can just keep going that way for as long as we can until we run into something, but we have no indications of how to move around. The water is like glass. Like it's brackish. There's no movement in it whatsoever.
Well, we can use. How about we use the good standard of movement when you're in these sort of things? We can just. I've worked in fog. I've worked in undergrounds where we've not been able to see our fist in front of our face. We use rope. We put rope behind us. We follow it. We make sure that the rope is square to us. We could just drop a rope with some type of torch on a little buoy, and we go, and we know then we're going in the right direction instead of it being off at an angle. And we just keep doing that and pulling it in and going. I know it might take a little bit of time, but at least we'll know straight. We'll know that we're going in one direction rather than just turning circles.
Yeah. So I'm like, if you had like 500 foot of rope or something, once it reaches the end, you pull it back in, and then you okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a way. They're like, that's actually Quinn, what's up?
I was going to say, if every once in a while you guys would like, I could mount my griffin and fly ahead of the ship to kind of like scout out the area in front, and then come back and land and say, oh yeah, this way, you know, no go, there's sharp rocks that way, you know, that kind of deal.
Yep. Yeah, you could if you wanted to fly up to the ceiling in this thing. I'm sure there's nothing up there that would be a problem.
Yeah, I also talked to Mireille and say, we understand that. I hope you understand that speed is of the essence on this trip. And to do that, we have procured some items to assist us. One, I'll get the sensor out and say this will summon an air elemental to fuel our cells and to ensure that we are going at a fast rate of knots. Because I'm not sure I have no idea how the wind works down underground down here. It makes no sense at all if there's wind. I have no idea what's going to happen. Also, I know we have oars, and I'm sure that there's many of us here that are fit and able and strong enough to help you with the oaring. Also, just in case, I do have this decanter of endless water, which we can use as a slight jet propulsion out the back, but it'll be quite noisy. I've been reassured by the DM looking at me when I said I was going to do it that it may not be the best idea to do, but if we need to get out of a sticky situation,
Yep.
this may help us.
Okay. Yep. They take that, and she's like, "This is brilliant. You'd make a way better captain than me."
You know how I have the tools.
Yep.
I'm keeping the decanter on. Maybe you keep the sensor for now. See if we can do this. I don't know what it's like down here. How does the cells fill with wind down here under the sea?
They were like, we were thinking the same thing. Matter of fact, the DM was thinking the same thing when the genie brought the cog up, manifested it. Just a ship. It had sails. You guys could chop the sails off if you want to. Use them as blankets.
But she said that they've used it for like 4 or 5 miles out. How? What have you done? How have you got this to work?
Shut up, Pete. They were doing stuff.
I believe if they blow really hard, they can make anything go. All right, they can make the boat go zoom.
Yeah. They were paddling. They have oars. Yeah, they had oars.
Yeah, so Ganassi are like, the DM said we could do it.
Yeah. I think they can shape water too. I have to look into it.
If they can do that,
yeah.
I'm quite strong. Dark's quite strong. Mirren's quite strong. We can do some additional oaring type thing between us.
Well, with the air elemental, if they take that off your hands, they can set it there and they mess with it for like 2 or 3 hours while you guys are on the shore. You're overhearing a few of the families trying to where they're going to set up. There's various caves and stuff. They found a way to like use the caves to their advantage. The dwarves are like very helpful in crafting places for them to live and build more room, right? So they're like opening up spaces and basically trying to turn into a fishing port to feed the dwarves up, which is fantastic. Other than that, you keep hearing them say like they haven't heard anything out there. They're very nervous about what's, like beyond, but they're happy to have a home. But other than that, after a few hours, you see the sail like fill up and it begins to like move, and then they close the lid on on the cask, and they're like, "Hey!" and they come running up to you, be like, "I think we've got this figured out." Because magic, and I'll figure it out, along the way.
Magic. Once we got the air elementals, fine. I was just wondering how they did it before we got here. I was just
goofball. Yeah.
Just wondering because it might just. So we go. This should get us there. We just need to go that direction.
Yeah.
And I know that's a really bad way. We just need to go that way.
Yep. Yeah. So they're just like, we can cast off whenever you guys are ready. As soon as you guys give me thumbs up, you can get on the ship, and they'll turn it. And there's a large beacon on the top of this thing. They'll keep that to the rear and just go for as far as they can.
I do have one question, and this is for thematrics, just to find out how fast does this boat move?
I don't know.
No. All I mean is because I can move 60 feet around in water with my cloaky thing. I could just do a little bit of like sort of like dolphining.
Yeah, that's like sprinting. So probably like, I don't know, 30. You know what I mean? Like 30 feet per 6 seconds, maybe. Like at a walking pace. Yeah.
I do test my cloak out because I'm not had time to test my cloak out now. So I do go and test my Cloak of the Manta Ray, because I've had this on for at least probably 80 days at this point, and I've never used it, so I don't know if it actually works.
It's an expired Cloak of the Manta Ray.
Oh no, we've broken the ship.
I'm supposed to do this during break. I forgot.
It's okay, because basically I can I can breathe underwater, and my swimming speed is 60 feet with this. I'm literally like aqua cleric, aqua dwarf. What do you reckon? Aqua dwarf, aqua cleric,
Aquapuent.
aqua point. Yeah.
Let's get this ship out here.
I've got another idea that we could do. If has any of us got light as a cantrip?
I have
Yes,
magical tinkerings.
I have light.
Light as a cleric, you could actually just sort of drop little light things behind us every sort of like minute or
Okay.
so, and you could follow them as a guideline to make sure you go in the right direction as well.
That's fine.
Make you see how straight they're going.
Wait a tick. Why is this not responding? Why is this not responding? Wait a tick.
Yeah, Tim,
Oh,
the other thing
yes,
we can
sir.
do is with the light cantrip, we can drop them out every minute or so, and you'll still be able to see the other one because of light. And you can actually line them up to make sure we're all going the right direction as well. We might not have to use a rope then. We could just do this little light trail.
Ooh, one sec. Technical difficulties. You guys still see the map?
Yep.
I see the
Interesting.
boat. I see the ship.
Trying to see.
And that's on Krista Cam, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I lost it now.
Shut off.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to unplug it and plug it back in. Yeah, it's classic. Classic move. There we go. Hey, everybody.
It's now looking at the wall. Just saying,
Thank you, Pete.
at your really nice, your nice new shelves. They look great.
Oh, wrong way.
So that's what's on the other side of the lake. It's shelving.
Oh,
I say, my liege, the great land of IKEA is on the other side of this lake.
There you guys go. You guys begin. So your initial path for what you're saying is you want to use the light dangling behind you. What was the?
no, what we're gonna do is now we've had a think about it. Is Gwen's able to cast light as a cantrip? So he can just basically drop it every minute or so behind, and it'll actually have a little dotted line of light spells that last up to an hour. And you can see that you're going in the right direction then, because they should all be lined up.
Oh. And just kind of. So you're gonna have to stay awake. Also.
Well, for the whilst we're doing this initially, then when he has a rest, we go to using the rope
Yep.
method. But we've got multiple methods of us getting lost.
Okay.
And we also got someone that can do infusions or something, can do with light or something, you said?
They're magical tinkerings, so I can make something give off a light.
Mhm. Coco's down with the sickness right now. She'll be back next sesh. Someone's asking. All right, so this is good. Now I got a question. You can go from the shore behind you. You can go to your left, to your front, to your right. You want to just keep traveling in one direction until you hit.
We have no idea where we're going, so either direction's going to be we don't know. So let's just go straight ahead as far as we can. I can't see if we start to turn, we're going to be in trouble.
All right. Make a survival check. Make a group survival. Are you all helping with this as you guys move forward?
Yeah, and will our friends that are good at this sort of stuff also be helping us?
I'm super busy. cooking food and keeping the ship steady.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
17.
Nice.
I cast guidance on myself when I'm doing it because I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 a lot, and
Okay.
guidance is amazing.
What'd you get?
I got 23.
Yo. So this works really well to keep one heading, and you've maintained a solid heading for a full up day. You're starting to get a little tired. You haven't seen a single creature below you stirring. But what you do gather is you're probably the first thing on the surface ripping through here in a long time. So you probably had a bit of an edge on whatever's already been through here, other than the Vonendad that may or may not have gone in some sort of direction previous to you, probably like 3 days ago.
But we going at some pretty impressive speed down there.
Yep. During this day, you did see like a bit of some sort of algae on the surface. Kind of floated up, like a bit of something that lives below the ground. It doesn't have much of its phosphorescence anymore, but it's just kind of lightly glowing, that you saw in like one spot.
Okay, just for the record, I didn't realize I had only had 4 cantrips, so I've taken light as well. So me and you can alternate sleeping and doing light.
Works for me.
You guys can carry this on into the next day if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, so I sleep. We basically take it in turns doing it.
Okay.
So
the next day, go ahead and make your group survival check again.
With guidance. If you have guidance, cast it. Remember, Gwen. Come on, you must have guidance.
Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna put guidance on myself to give me that bonus score there.
Yeah.
19 again.
Nice.
I only got 22 that time.
Okay.
13.
Nice. Huh?
I got 13. Yeah.
So you guys have moved out very far. You've not seen land for the next day. So like just think you're just in the middle of this vast blackness. At one point in time, you saw a stalactite kind of move. You could make out one in the blackness of the dark sea, where you saw like an upside down island in the distance. You can investigate that, or I'm just giving you natural terrain stuff because the ceiling did get low at one point in time, but it came down just like 1 point. It was off to your side, probably about a half a mile. Some could call that a landmark, some call that whatever, but that's the only real piece of terrain that you've seen other than this like very still blackness of the lake. Just just hearing the boat kind of move, you get the sense that like just a vast depth below you as well. And kind of you get the sense that the ceiling in some cases, based on where your light cantrip hits, you can't see the ceiling, but you did see that stalactite, given the sense that the ceiling might be a mile up in some cases. There's no echoing or cawing or any sort of noise. It's like the regular crew, the level zeros are like super disturbed by how weird this is. Like they thought it was a good idea, and now you can see in their eyes that they're like, this was a terrible idea. I would say
Glenn shares that sentiment real quick.
Any
he
others?
shares that feeling. He's like, water.
Yeah. Anybody else want to make any other checks other than like, driving forward as much as possible and realizing that I as the DM know the distance and am doing dotted lines on this map.
I would like to do. Go ahead.
Help out, I can do detect magic as a ritual. It takes 10 minutes, but it'll be a 40 or 30 foot cube, sphere around me, kind of like
For how
trying
long
to
does it last?
concentration of takes 10 minutes to cast ritually, and then it lasts for 10 minutes, and then I would have to
Okay.
keep doing that.
How many times do you want to cast that?
As a ritual, as many as I need to. So within an hour, maybe 5 times,
Okay.
or like math, but as many as possible within.
Roll a D100
So
on
3.
your first check. And go ahead, Gwen. What were you going to do? And when he's done with that, let me know what the number was.
To do a perception check to look around
Yeah, go ahead.
the surroundings of the ship, just to make sure there's nothing off, or maybe
Are
there's
you taking the
another
Griffin?
landmark. Yeah, sure. I'll hop on the Griffin for a little bit, and we'll just go around a circle of the ship around the perimeter as it sails and so on, just to look
Okay.
around the surroundings.
Okay.
I got a 45.
Okay.
That's a 27 on perception.
Whoa. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was going to
Thinking-
say,
I heard 37 in my mind. I don't know why, but I was like,
No.
that's impossible. Okay.
27.
You didn't pick up anything,
Right.
Dark, on your check. You travel around and search during this time, and you can verify there's nothing there. With the globe of light, you did see a shadow following the lights underneath the water.
I immediately go back to the ship and calmly go up to Puent and Dark, bring them together so nobody else panics, bring them together and holler, like, hey guys, I just went for a nice little gander around the ship on my bird there, and you know the lights we're leaving behind us? Yeah, there's something following those lights. Just thought I'd tell you.
3 lights back.
Yeah, 3 lights back. Yeah. I don't know if I could tell the size, but not to panic. But
There must be. How big was the shadow?
could I discern how big the shadow was in comparison to the ship?
About as wide as the boat.
About as wide as the boat.
Right. Let's get some death charges ready.
Oh.
We have the
Okay.
torpedo.
Agree on.
Come on.
I am the torpedo. I
That's
just
right.
jumped in.
And
Go.
you get in the water.
I love it.
Oh, jeez.
What I could do is I could just, if I really wanted to, how's this? Right. Tactic. Spirit Guardians, myself, and then dive into the water and just head straight towards the thing. And then as I swim around it, until it dies.
God.
You see Mira, what's her name? Yeah, Mireille's like, that is a brilliant idea. Highly recommend.
Oh, Puent. Oh, come on. Oh, jeez, dude.
You have 2 diamonds. You're good.
Yeah, I'm not getting in the water. I have the Mariner's armor in case I fall in. Oh, gee. This is so
You
bad.
do sense on your second ritual, your second casting, as they're discussing this. You do sense as you kind of like get into the back of the boat, you do sense it directly underneath the boat for just like a second. Like you get the sense that it's kind of investigating. You just all of a sudden you're like, ooh, yep, what was that? You know what I mean? Like you get the senses of what's Puent is a little bit in his armor and stuff like that. What is Gwen? You, the air elemental, when you're doing all these things, and you on your second casting of this, 2 spell slots, you feel something different, like below the ship that you haven't felt before. Like it feels. There's definitely a magical sense to it.
Okay. Also, I didn't miss rituals, so they wouldn't take the spells.
Oh, fine then. You're good.
On the second passing, when I detected,
You feel it. Yeah, you feel it for. Well, here's what I'll say. You feel it right now.
There's definitely something below the ship.
Is there a disturbance in the water?
Yes, that's not the point right now.
I'm not in there yet. I was gonna say that.
Is it bad timing that before we got on the boat, as of now, that I had come up with a name for my griffin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah. Terrible
You were
timing.
you were the one that brought your griffin spelunking. Okay.
Yes, because I had a plan. I had an idea in case it worked, when we were dealing with the Vornin dog. but-
Imagine being an animal that's used to seeing sky and everything, and then being thrust into this underground darkness that she can't see anything.
Well, keep in mind, if it weren't for the fact that I brought the Griffin, we wouldn't have been able to get an aerial view of the shadow stalking the ship.
Yeah, we could have just thrown you out with a rope attached to you. You'd been fine.
Yeah.
Do you want to do some? Actually, do you want to do?
You're gonna
some,
throw the guy with the diamonds off the ship.
I'll leave the diamonds with us. It's fine.
Oh.
Do you want to do? Do you want to do sort of like a water skiing out the back?
No. I think no. No. Not really sure how to respond to that. I'm gonna go with no.
I reckon Dark would be up for it.
Dark's raising his hand right now. He's like, throw me in.
Thumbs up. Sorry. Hi, guys.
Dark wants this water ski out the back of the boat.
Okay. How?
'Cause we're going
He's gonna
really
take
fast.
2 spears and glue them to his feet.
Okay. So, yeah. Are you serious? Is this what you guys came up with?
No, he doesn't want it. He does want to do it, but he's not. We're not letting him.
Tim was like, "Are you guys serious?"
So you guys are tracking that this thing is like in present moment, like underneath. You feel it.
Can I? If you say that, can I put my head under and see if I can see it under the water?
Yeah, but if without any light sources or anything like that, so you have dark
Okay.
vision.
We have dark vision, but we
Make a
also
perception
have.
check
Don't
as you
forget
run over.
that.
Because he's like, I sense this, and you go and look over the side.
I could just picture.
And on the way, I asked for guidance from Modern.
Okay.
I'm so scared.
26.
You sit there and stare. You're staring at the darkness, and then just for like a moment, you see what looks like a oval looking like fin underneath the water just kind of pass through. You stare at it, you roll pretty high, and then you see some sort of you think you see like a massive jagged shield or something for a moment, and then it disappears underneath the water. Oh, how'd that get there, Pete? How'd that get there? Oh no. And it disappears.
I know what that is. We're fucked. Okay. Okay. We've got a load of okay, on the boat we've got a load of sort of rations and stuff like that. If a few of the fresher fish and all that, if we cut them up and chuck them overboard as we're going. So we're going away from where we're chucking them. Hopefully that will bait or thing want to go that way because it smells like blood or fish or something like that.
Roll a nature check. Roll a nature check on this pet. On this, because you're not quite the park ranger, are we, Quint?
Nature with guidance. 18.
So you're trying to feed what you just saw.
Basically,
You're like,
I'm thinking it's going to come after the boat because the boat's obviously it's a shadow and it's going to go for it. But if we chuck in a load of bloodied fish out of the back of this boat, it'll prefer to go to that because it sees it as actual blood than us that's a shadow.
this is a brilliant idea if you were catching fish. but you guys have a bunch of hardtack and like
No, the guy said the guy when he got here, he brought a load of
okay,
fish.
oh, some of those things. Okay.
Yeah.
Did he know you saw it on the deck in his boat? You didn't see him put it in here. The dwarves had filled your ship, but I like what you're thinking.
What if we
Okay.
got a barrel of fish
Nope.
that's cut up? We put it
We
in
haven't
throw it
got a
out the
barrel
back.
of fish.
Yep.
Well,
You're just gonna.
um,
How much are you gonna put out?
A third of what we've got in terms of fish.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you guys dump it out the back. You guys see the lines of you guys all come together and you dump out food. You see in the distance, you guys all staying on the ship.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, do you want to fly? Do you want to fly above it? You're nice. You enjoy your aerial view. Do you want to do that?
yeah, sure. I'll get on my griffin and fly up and above, kind of like an aerial thing around the ship and so on.
Oh hi.
30 feet.
Brilliant. Okay. So you fly up.
If this thing reaches 30 feet,
The
I'm gonna cry.
globe of light is roughly you see the food coming out back and you start flying a very delicious looking griffin at 30 feet up. You see like jaws, the giant snapper of a turtle come flying up
no.
out of the air and it shoots. It will fire as you roll initiative beyond this, a steam breath. Make a constitution saving throw.
Oh gosh.
Now realize you guys are about 90 feet ahead of this in the ship.
And that question, does blessed also factor into this as well? Just to make sure.
On a
the
saving
Constitution-
throw? That was ability checks.
Okay.
Bless is
Okay, well that is an
Hmm.
18.
let me check bless.
Well,
no,
that's
you haven't
an
got blessed.
18
You
just
haven't got
with
blessed. Right?
my...
You're using guidance. Guidance isn't blessed.
yeah,
Okay.
not blessed. Yeah, guidance. My bad.
Well, congratulations. You made the save. You'll take half.
Oh, my heart. All right.
It does have a 60 foot. That's why I asked. So you both will take. Oof, Griffin. Let me check
Oh,
Griffin
no.
out here real quick. I think
You don't
they're-
have mounted combatant, do you?
you both take. Oh, I gotta roll the con check. Oh, so the Griffin takes 52. 52 fire damage. You take 26 fire damage from the steam breath. Good news, Griffin alive.
I do have the
Looking-
shard of the East rune as well.
Really bad.
I do have the shard of the East rune as well that gives me resistance to fire as well. So
Okay,
it'll
yeah,
take
so you'll
half.
take 13
Okay.
fire damage. So you're good. As this thing pops out of the water, you guys roll initiative.
I wasted all my good rolls.
Gwen, you want to go up, like pull up.
On your turn, you can.
I'm not saying now. Oh, that's a good roll. I'll be there. I'll be fine.
Was it a griff?
How is that? How is that a dragon turtle? That's a little baby.
Oh, fuck you, Pete. Oh boy. Pete is
I
so
love
bad.
I love the antagonism.
Always with the antagonizing. They're sleeping. They're sleeping down here. we got you two back here. They got the flu. They got the flu real bad. He's a baby turtle. You're about to see the baby turtle Steve. Likes him some cleric.
I honestly,
You
I
want to
thought
really piss off a character? Kill their animal. Like watch people like go white in the face as soon as you start eating someone's mount. All right. I didn't. Hey, you rolled out there. Sorry, buddy. Don't get mad at me. Well, actually, I'm the only person to get mad at. All right. So,
get mad at him. Get mad at him.
what did everybody roll? Who got above 20?
Okay, you're talking to us above 20. That never.
All
happens.
right. Anybody would get above 15?
Yes.
I got a 17.
I got a 17, so we'd have to roll off because we've both got the same decks. I got 15.
I got a 7.
Right. So point. Then
Gwen.
point. And then so we're gonna have him go.
Go on, Dark. You must have got about 5 or a 4. What do you got?
I got a 12.
Whee, that's a good. That's actually quite good for you.
Okay. So point. You see. Yep. You see this thing jump out, doesn't have the range to like get him, but like shoots this steam breath to try to kill it and drop it into the water. It swirls around a little bit at the surface, eating what you guys just had, and then dives underneath the water again. Point it goes quiet. You see the cinders on this griffin and steam, basically.
Okay, because we can't see it. Changes what I was going to do.
What do you want to do?
I
Point?
screamed to Gwen, pull up, get out of its range. I tell the boat to stop as fast as they can.
Hey, stop her.
Yeah. I am literally going to swan dive off this boat.
Yeah. Okay.
As I'm falling, I cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
This is for like epic. This is to make me the beacon of light type thing.
Okay.
I'm going 60 feet towards wherever that thing was.
Okay.
And I'm using the dodge action. No, I can't because I cast a spell.
Are you
Sorry,
doing
cast a
60
spell.
feet?
Because I have got the Cloak of the Manta Ray, which makes me move 60 feet underwater
Okay.
and gives me water breathing.
So 60 feet, dodge action.
No, I can't use dodge. I can't use dodge. Sorry, ignore me for that. Because I've cast
You cast this.
Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
I'm doing Spirit Guardians at 4th level, just so you know. So I've took the slot off.
Okay. And then, so that's your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Gwyn.
I have the griffin disengage and
Okay.
fly back to the ship.
Yep. Okay.
From there, let me see. From there, I am going to. Let me see here. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay. Nice.
And then I am also going to jump into the water.
And then, okay. You're jumping
Make
back
my
in.
way to- and
Oh,
make
you have
my way
Mariner's
to the-
armor. All right.
Shield of Faith at 1st level.
Are you jumping into the Spirit Guardians?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
And that will be it for now.
Okay. Me. Oh, come on. Let me puncture his armor class, please.
It's better than it was. I'm not going to tell you what it was now because I'm not. I'll be lying. So
I've never broke your
you have
contract.
You have broken my
I've
contract.
never even just lower than a 10. That's what's just bizarre.
You have. No, you have.
Oh,
It has gone down.
all right. Let's see. And that brings up
I don't think.
Dark.
I don't think it has since I've had Warcaster. I don't think it's gone down that much. But before I had Warcaster, it did.
So Dark, you see whoosh, jaws, massive dragon turtle. Well, I guess since Pete says it's not, this mediocre dragon turtle comes up, takes a bite, and then you see him dive straight in, engages all of these battle ragers spinning around him in a ball, and then the griffin lands, and he immediately just casts, like hits his chest, calls upon Palor. 3 suns start orbiting around him, you know what I mean, and sort of shield, and he jumps back in. This sounds terrible. I don't like. I have to swim for my job, but I don't like this. I don't like it.
So Dark is going to take out his little breathing bubble infusion and place it on his head, and this little bloop of a bubble's going.
Oh, like Black Manta.
Yeah. Let me see if that takes action too.
That's actually kind of cool.
I like that.
I'm assuming that is an action. At a minimum, a bonus action. We'll call it an action because we don't know, and then you can jump in.
Okay. And then I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on myself.
Was that a bonus action?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then jump into the Agua. Whee!
As you do that, I turn around to you two weren't supposed to follow me.
I've got a plan.
Well, you see, Gwyn. Gwyn. You see, Point. Sorry, I'm all kind of messed up. I just got hit with steam. You see, Point. The real reason I came out here was just to watch you in front row seats get eaten alive, real quick. Actually,
All right. Wisdom
but I
save.
guess I'll help keep you alive.
Wisdom save is a 8. That is a fail. Roll your damage.
For what?
Spirit Guardians.
Oh,
As something's coming right up underneath you.
I was like, what have I done now? I don't know.
Oh no.
How much damage, sir?
2 secs. Okay, roll in there. The damage for this 4th level thing is 19 radiant damage.
Okay. You see below you as you're fighting, you see bits of sparks of radiant light as something penetrates these, you know what I mean? The spirit guardians roll straight up at the epicenter of this thing, at the manta ray cloak, to take its first attack, which is a bite, because it wants to eat a yummy king. Ooh, that'll do. And it's a disadvantage, though, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
You took the dodge action. No,
I
you
didn't.
couldn't.
No, as I'm saying, I'm being honest.
You really wanted to do that on this one. Okay. All right. So with its bite, 3d12 plus 7 piercing.
Stay alive, please. I have a plan. I'm part of a plan.
How much damage?
26 piercing.
Hang on, just 2 seconds. Let me just do that. So it's 26 damage. So that's a DC 13 concentration. I passed the concentration for that.
All right. You didn't die, and it did make purchase, so it's going to claw you also. That is a 30 to hit. That is good.
That hits.
2 plus 7. 16 slashing.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Concentration, fine.
1 with its bite and 2 with its claws. It can make 1 tail attack in place of 2 its claw. Oh, you lucked out. And it'll take another claw attack on you. And I believe that misses with a 17. So you start figuring it out, and one of your battle ragers just, like gets in the way of another claw attack, as it's been, I think, a long time since you've actually taken a hit. So you feel this, and then it kind of stays there in its mass. You all see this lumbering beast, and then it will. Okay, cool. You see it take in a big gulp of water. That's a recharge. And that brings up Point.
Okay. Take the dodge. I take the dodge action,
Okay.
and I drink a potion.
All right. I got him on the ropes. He's drinking potions. All right. Go ahead, Dark.
Did Gwen go?
Oh, Gwen. Sorry.
I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on on its face.
On its face. In the face. Okay.
Wisdom saving throw 16.
Fail.
All right. There we go. That would be 10 necrotic.
All right. You guys hear under the water. Boom. That's my underwater bell.
Curse you, Steve.
Curse you, Steve of the water. Yes. Time check.
Dog
Okay.
water.
Now that brings up Dark. Sorry.
Dark is going to
Enhance.
as a bonus action use telekinetic psi-powered leap and fly up to carefully land on this creature thingy.
Okay. You swim slash fly. You guys are underwater, so you swim up on top of it. Yeah, you swim down. Yeah.
And then gonna brace myself and
Brace yourself.
right at the, I don't know, front of its mouth, if I can hold on to like a horn or something. I'm gonna try and take out that immovable rod and click activate so that it can't aim its breath weapon.
It can only look in one direction.
Yeah,
What wrong with it?
I'm gonna put it like right on its snoot so that it can't like aim its weapon at my friends.
Okay, so it's not gonna be able to lift up. Now are you penetrating its face to be able to do this, or you just sitting
Not
on it? Yeah.
sitting on it and then activating it because I don't want to attack it because I have sanctuary.
Its nose.
Yeah. And then I'm holding on, and then holding on to the thing,
You're holding
So,
onto the
like-
rod. You're holding
and
on.
then my other hands on like one. Does it have horns or something?
Sure.
It's horns.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you're hanging onto the rod, onto its face.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Dark, I'm sorry. Okay. Fantastic.
But I have sanctuary on it because I haven't done damage to it.
Hey,
So.
cool.
Oh,
That's
this
nice.
is so
Cool.
bad.
All right. It dives. It'll take your damage,
Gosh.
and you guys can take your opportunity attacks.
Nice.
Okay, so wisdom saving throws.
18 plus 1, 19.
Right, passes the annoying little shit.
I am also going to be using Toladette on it as a Rhea.
Gotta be a melee attack.
Okay, melee attack.
if-
All right, not bad.
It depends on if you've got Warcaster. Warcaster, you can do it.
That's
Do you have
fair.
Warcaster?
There's 22 points of damage, so it takes 11 from the Spirit Guardians, and I am tolling the dead on it as well as Warcaster feat. So another wisdom saving throw for me and probably for Gwen as well.
So it fails for that one. Are you a Warcaster, Gwen?
No. One second. Hold on. 1 second.
Is it free action to let go of the horn? So I'm just like dangling this rod.
Actually, I have Warcaster.
Okay.
So yes, you can cast it.
All right, so then I will cast Toladette instead.
Oh, roll
So
a 1. So you can roll that.
Oh.
Give me your damage. What'd you get for points?
26 necrotic damage from Toll the Dead.
Okay.
And that will be 12 necrotic.
78 damage in a round and a half is pretty good. Free action let go?
Or reaction let go. Because I'm holding on to two different things that are going in two opposite directions.
You can let it go.
Okay.
It and the rod move.
The rod can't move.
The rod's like stuck there. Like in the air.
Okay, it'll rip its face off and head south. It'll give damage.
It's that desperate for food that it rips its own
Yep.
face off.
Well, it'll rip whatever piece of skin that is. Yeah. It's like if you get pinched. It's a bad pinch.
Ah,
I don't like that rule, so I do that every time. You know what I mean? Like, 90. Yep. So the rod is just chilling in the water. You're hanging onto the rod, and it dives. Okay. Because it was be the one or the other. If the rod now is the rod, the difference is the rod permanently attached to, if it was the earth, right? It would just carve through the earth forever. If you're thinking about this, if you attached it to its face,
The rod
it's attached.
in three-dimensional space, the rod gets stuck in one place.
Yep.
And that rod never moves.
Yeah, but doesn't the? Okay, I'm just saying, like, doesn't the Earth rotate? Doesn't what you know what I mean?
there's
Like,
no
it would just
rotating. No, we're
yeah.
flat earthers.
And if that's the case, then
we're
it's just
flat
gonna rip down.
earthers. It's flat earthers.
Yeah. This is okay. So favoring it leaves the rod in place there. It dives, since that is what we're doing, because its intent was to bring the rod with it. But since the rod is attached to the ocean now somehow, and not the snoot, it'll just pull down and come back up for you, Dark. And
Okay, it has to make a wisdom save if it wants to attack me.
okay. Nat 20.
Oh, that works.
That's a yes.
Go bite. That's not good. Oh, 20. 7 plus 13. Yeah, 20.
20 damage.
20 to hit.
No, 20 AC.
Oh, 20 to hit? No.
Okay. Instead of it, it'll take its tail attack and thrash upwards towards. Oh, did I take my Spirit Guardian damage?
Yeah, you took that.
Okay. It'll take its tail attack. It will still take those hits. This is what it's doing before it leaves. So it'll be 30 feet away from you guys, below you at the end of this.
What did the damage from the nat 20 do?
That wasn't.
Oh,
Wait. It needed to make a save in order to hit you, is what you were saying.
Oh, so it made the nat
That was a
20
nat
on the
20.
save, and then
Yeah.
it tried to hit me, and then didn't hit me. Nice.
It did not hit you. Well, yeah. So isn't that weird? So that's like disadvantage.
Yeah. It's an extra step.
So the tail will swing up at Gwen just to spread the love. Oh, Gwen's already been hit, right?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It'll swing its tail at Point on the way out.
Okay, disadvantage.
Disadvantage? It doesn't matter. Roll a 2. So you feel a tail swing by, and it flows 30 feet below you guys, turns around, you know what I mean, to like potentially do something if it wants to. And that brings up Point.
Okay, I basically aim towards it, my little feet do mermaid things, and I go straight towards it.
Okay, you guys are 45 feet below the water. I'm just
I got water. I got water
I
breathing.
know. I'm just stay with me. Stay with me. All right. And what do you want to do? You want to re-enter the Spirit Guardian?
Yeah, wisdom saving throw for me.
How many times can a Spirit Guardians hit? Because they hit and then it left, and then you're gonna have it hit again. Fuck it.
No, this is a different turn.
Sorry.
This is a different turn.
I got you.
Different turn. So wisdom saving throw.
Failed. And then it'll take the damage on that. No, once it enters.
No, it won't. It
Yep.
won't. Yeah.
Yep.
Only takes 14 radiant damage on that one. I rolled badly.
Okay.
And I am then taking the dodge action
Okay.
because I'm not getting hit by this. And then I cast a healing word at level 3 on me just to keep me alive because he's hurting me. when he hits me.
Okay. That brings up Gwen.
All right. I am going to use my movement to swim down to Puent's position and get right up next to him.
Okay.
And I am also going to I'm going to put my hand on him and use Cure Wounds
Okay.
to help also bring him back up at first level, by the way.
Okay.
For 18 HP.
Nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
And 1 second here. That was my action.
Just checking though. What's your? Aren't you hurting?
I am hurting, but you're hurting far worse than I am. I'm down 13 HP.
Okay, I'm down 4 from max now.
So I have 60 out of 73. But that's only in thanks to the ice rune because it gave me the half. So, and the griffin took the brunt of it. So, yeah. So, that's what I will do for right now.
Okay. Dark.
I'm gonna action release the rod and store it back, and then swim down as like a obstacle barrier of sanctuary between the creature and then my 2 friends. I don't think I can make it like 45 feet
in
under
front of his face. You want to swim in front of his face as much as possible? Okay.
He'd be like,
No one else. Yeah, I got you. So what I will say is you did save them from the breath weapon by putting the rod where it was, and it had to like rip away and do this maneuver. What time is it? One more. It is going to try. It's going to take another. And you cast a spell. Are you dodging, Point?
I'm still dodging. Yeah, that was a bonus action I cast.
All right.
He doesn't know I'm dodging.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Fuck it. All right.
What I like to picture is this thing is making horrific underwater sounds as it's slowly merging up from the depths, and I'm like, "Ugh."
There's a 25 hit.
Just.
But your AC is 25?
Yeah.
Okay. You and I are the champions of AC right now, Sir Tim and Point. All right, 25.
Mainly because I had that. Was it? What's it called? The Ingot of Skald rune I found last one. Basically, it's a +1 AC item.
Ooh, so that's 30 bludgeoning from a tail attack. And make a strength saving throw.
Hang on, damage. First of all, let me just see if I fail this. Roll some d20s, Pete, not d12s. I only just kept my concentration on that by 1.
Make
And
it,
strength.
Yep.
Strength saving throw. 17.
all right. So you are pushed back.
Okay. Interestingly, my dwarven plate mail.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's right. Yeah. I hate.
Doesn't push me back.
Okay.
I'm underwater. I don't know how that works, but it's like basically if an effect moves me against my will, you could use I use my reaction to reduce
You basically just held the tail.
Yeah.
You just naturally held the tail and didn't get pushed back.
Actually, no. Actually, it might not work. I'm just saying it says if an effect moves you against your will along the ground, we're not in the ground, so that bypasses that. So I can't use that because I'm not on the ground or in water. Otherwise,
Yeah, and somehow you're knocked prone.
how do you get prone in water?
So
How does that work?
I don't know. Disoriented. You're on your yeah. Yeah.
Underwater
How are you water
combat.
prone?
How do you? Yeah, aren't you kind of prone in water anyway because you're swimming?
I don't know. Yeah. Because I won't roll advantage on that one. But you're no longer dodging, right?
I'm 10 feet away now as well. So he's pushed me 10 feet away.
And he's just gonna move. Yeah, I mean, but he's still within your sphere anyways. He's gonna move towards you and get this last bite in. Do you think you're still dodged after being pushed away, technically acting prone? Normal attack?
I would say
a regular attack, not an advantage.
Yeah, regular attack. Yeah, regular attack because the prone.
I love this. I love this ruling. Oh man. Okay, does a 26 hit?
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right.
Underwater combat.
21 piercing damage.
Yeah, I easily done that on the concentration.
And then it swims away, so you guys can make your attacks.
Okay, so I have a wisdom saving throw for Toll of the Dead.
Yep.
Same here.
Okay. That's 15, so fail.
Okay.
And then a 1 for Gwen.
All right.
So 27 necrotic damage from me.
Okay.
7 from me.
Okay. Okay. 14, 1, 24. Okay. All right. And Dark. Opportunity attack. A sanctuary. That's right. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? Oh, okay. You're sitting there like
I'm not attacking.
Yep. It begins to like swim towards the ship in a way. But like this way. All right. That brings up Point. Are you gonna pursue it?
Oh yeah. Is it looking blooded?
Nope.
It's really angry.
Is it going away from the ship?
Depth wise, yes.
I swim under the ship.
Okay.
So if it's going to come up, it's
Okay.
going to have to go through me.
Okay.
And I take the dodge action and I heal myself with a bonus action.
Okay, you go 40. You're at 45 feet. You're underneath the ship. This thing is diving below you. It's probably like also like 30, about 15 feet away from the bubble of your stuff. Gwen, towards the monster, towards the plant.
I follow Point.
Okay.
Point, how bad are you looking right now?
On a scale of, I've only got 38 hit points left for that way out of 93, which is a lot lower than I like it to be.
Gotcha.
You have 38 left. Wonderful.
It's only no, I'm healing myself as well. Before I do that, I've actually healed myself for. Let me roll my dice.
Is this chest? Did you take your hand off the piece?
No, not yet. I haven't rolled it yet.
I feel like
That's
So I'm going to use Healing Word at second level.
if
on
you're
Point.
near me, use Cure Wounds. It's easier
Okay. All right. Then I'll
because
use.
you'll get more spells. But
right,
I'm
then I'll
on
use,
53 of 93 now with my healing.
I will use Cure Wounds second level on Point.
I have you now. All right.
Remember, you heal loads, like extra loads of stuff because you're a healing cleric.
That's right.
23 HP.
Oh, nice. I'm on
and
76 of 93 now.
Daddy needs a crit. Come on. All right.
and that's all I'm gonna do for right now.
Dark, what are you gonna do? To the dudes? To the beast?
To the
Or stay?
dudes.
So Dark is gonna, for his action, use magical tinkering.
Okay.
So I could do up to 3 of these. And he's gonna make his armor smell like blood, like really poignant blood.
Oh,
Oh no.
Because he can make a odor come off of his scent. And then he's going to swim towards the creature, and if I get within 10 feet of the creature, that's when the odor you can smell. Bonus action.
Joe, fuck me, I'm dying.
I don't think I have any bonus actions, but yeah, I will get like as close as possible to the creature's path.
Okay. With Sanctuary still up?
The sanctuary
Smelling like blood?
Smell like blood.
All right.
I know what that smells like too because I've been bloodied a lot.
Yeah, me too. I've been shot before and I've seen it pool around me.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh.
I'm actually not bad at those. Okay. 14.
I rolled a 14 too.
A roll off.
Okay. It is going to wait until 2 weeks from now.
When a Mirren and Vespera jump into the fray.
Oh god, I hope so.
Yeah, these things are pretty damn beefy. So yeah, you guys are about 30 feet under the water, fighting for your lives. And they're now just rousing Mirren and Vespera to enter the fight. And we will pick up this fight in 2 weeks. That sounds fun. A dragon turtle, a very small dragon turtle. So I need to go and plus up the size of
Well, it's not that. It's just that my understanding was dragon turtles were gargantuan.
Yeah. Well, You can blame Wizards of the Coast for this one.
I will say this is my first time fighting a dragon turtle. Out of the history of D&D, I fought beholders, all kinds of things. Fighting this and being in the water, this is the first time I'm also doing water combat. This is both horrifying because I'm scared of the water, but also really, really cool at the same time.
Yeah, I want to think more on this because now that he smells of blood, maybe some more friends are gonna arrive. We'll see. We'll see what
No,
happens.
no,
no.
It only works within 10 feet.
Oh yeah. Okay, okay.
Yeah, but
One
doesn't
last
the blood
plea
kinda
before we
linger in the
stop
water,
session.
though?
Well done.
Thank you, Pete.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching. Let's see. We've got our Greyhawk campaign with DM Jeremy this Thursday, and on Saturday I'll be with Lord Gazumba and Nuclear Meat. Let's see who's out there. Does anybody have any dungeon mechanics? You got anything?
Nothing major. Just if you want to check us out, we are streaming. Believe this coming Friday. That's our next session.
Next Sunday, you get to see.
And Pete, I'm so
Noine-
sorry, Pete.
Yeah, Noinek and the Revengers looking for retribution after one of their houses have just been blown up.
One of our houses just got blown up
Yeah, your house,
Yeah, your house got blown up.
the police
at
station.
the end of the session. What?
Yeah, the police
Yeah.
station. Yeah, you don't remember that?
Yeah, completely kaboom.
I have to rewatch that. I was highly distracted with probably.
The house of
inebriation.
Aragonla is literally in ruins. All your
I make you a
force-
king and you blow up my house.
No,
Yeah,
it was Noinek.
Superman.
It was Noinek because he had a tracking thing on him, and we went to the house first, and then went to the yawning portal. Once we got inside the yawning portal, his tracking went away. So the last place that whoever is destroy or trying to find Noinek, they knew he was the Alagondar house. They blew up the Alagondar house, thinking they were going to get him.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
there's some serious we got to think here is there was a few options to do things. An option was chosen that meant the rest of the stuff carried on for a bit, and that's what caused this to happen. And there is
There was
repercussions.
a lot happening in the last 10 minutes. This had to have been like the last 10 minutes. Like, what was going on?
Yeah, kind of.
I got to rewatch that one. Okay.
Wow.
Whoa. I've never been unaware of. I think I would have remembered if my house blew up. Damn it.
The
Okay.
whole of the House of Aragon in Waterdeep is now a smoking ruins,
Again.
and all of the whatever you call the police force are literally in pieces.
Again.
Did you have any?
All right, I'm rewatching this. Okay, well, on that horrible note, we'll be. Please watch Sunday as Sir Tim's gonna be heat big mad.
Hopefully, you have insurance.
Yeah, nope. No one likes me in Waterdeep. All right.
Oh no!
Yeah. All right. So fun times. Can we raid Villainous?
Yes,
Villainous.
absolutely.
Okay, it's her birthday, so when you guys go in there, make sure you say happy birthday, Cobra. Okay, she plays with us there as well. So give them a big happy birthday.
Done.
But thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the donations. We reached 1,000. Thank you so much, Judgy, for the 70 squanch you pushed in there to get us to 1,000. What a brilliant, loving friend. And we'll see you guys very soon. Okay?
Bye bye.
Miss you, love you, bye.
There's Paul the dwarf with his hammer of steel. Down by the forge, he's never been one to kneel. Boulders come flying, he takes them on the chin. But he's tough as the iron, never gives in. The divine misfits ride again. Through danger, fire and pain. Holy water's their gain. But they in it for the fame. Samar, healer of the crew, hits harder with a hammer than you think he'd do. He heals the fallen, brings them back to fight, but when